Section 24 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Prince Fickle and Fair Helena. There was once upon a time a beautiful child called Helena. Her own mother had died when she was quite a child, and her stepmother was as cruel and unkind to her as she could be. Helena did all she could to gain her love, and performed the heavy work given to her to do cheerfully and well. But her stepmother's heart wasn't in the least touched, and the more the poor girl did, the more she asked her to do. One day she gave Helena 12 pounds of mixed feathers and bade her separate them all before evening, threatening her with heavy punishment if she failed to do so. The poor child sat down to her task with her eyes so full of tears that she could hardly see to begin. And when she had made one little heap of feathers, she sighed so deeply that they all blew apart again. And so it went on, and the poor girl grew more and more miserable. She bowed her head in her hands and cried, "Is there no one under heaven who will take pity on me?" Suddenly a soft voice replied, "Be comforted, my child. I have come to help you." Terrified to death, Helena looked up and saw a fairy standing in front of her, who asked in the kindest way possible, "Why are you crying, my dear?" Helena, who for long had heard no friendly voice, confided her sad tale of woe to the fairy, and told her what the new task she had been given to do was, and how she despaired of ever accomplishing it. "Don't worry yourself about it any more," said the kind fairy. "Lie down and go to sleep, and I'll see that your work is done all right." So Helena lay down, and when she awoke all the feathers were sorted into little bundles, but when she turned to thank the good fairy she had vanished. In the evening her stepmother returned, and was much amazed to find Helena sitting quietly with her work all finished before her. She praised her diligence, but at the same time racked her brain as to what harder tasks she could set her to do. The next day she told Helena to empty a pond near the house with a spoon which was full of holes. Helena set to work at once, but she very soon found that what her stepmother had told her to do was an impossibility. Full of despair and misery, she was in the act of throwing the spoon away, when suddenly the kind fairy stood before her again and asked her why she was so unhappy. When Helena told her of her stepmother's new demand, she said, "Trust me, and I will do your task for you. Lie down and have a sleep in the meantime." Helena was comforted and lay down, and before you would have believed it possible the fairy roused her gently and told her the pond was empty. Full of joy and gratitude, Helena hurried to her stepmother, hoping that now at last her heart would be softened towards her. But the wicked woman was furious at the frustration of her own evil designs, and only thought of what harder thing she could get the girl to do. Next morning she ordered her to build before evening a beautiful castle, and to furnish it all from garret to basement. Helena sat down on the rocks which had been pointed out to her as the site of the castle, feeling very depressed, but at the same time with the lurking hope that the kind fairy would come once more to her aid. And so it turned out. The fairy appeared, promised to build the castle, and told Helena to lie down and go to sleep in the meantime. At the word of the fairy the rocks and stones rose and built themselves into a beautiful castle, and before sunset it was all furnished inside, and left nothing to be desired. You may think how grateful Helena was when she awoke and found her task all finished. But her stepmother was anything but pleased, and went through the whole castle from top to bottom to see if she couldn't find some fault for which she could punish Helena. At last she went down into one of the cellars, but it was so dark that she fell down the steep stairs and was killed on the spot. So Helena was now mistress of the beautiful castle, and lived there in peace and happiness. And soon the noise of her beauty spread abroad, and many wooers came to try and gain her hand. Among them came one Prince Fickle by name, who very quickly won the love of fair Helena. One day, as they were sitting happily together under a lime tree in front of the castle, Prince Fickle broke the sad news to Helena that he must return to his parents to get their consent to his marriage. He promised faithfully to come back to her as soon as he could, and begged her to await his return under the lime tree where they had spent so many happy hours. Helena kissed him tenderly at parting on his left cheek, and begged him not to let anyone else kiss him while they were parted, and she promised to sit and wait for him under the lime tree, for she never doubted that the prince would be faithful to her and would return as quickly as he could. And so she sat there for 3 days and 3 nights under the tree without moving. But when her lover never returned she grew very unhappy, and determined to set out to look for him. She took as many of her jewels as she could carry, and 3 of her most beautiful dresses, one embroidered with stars, one with moons, and the third with suns, all of pure gold. Far and wide she wandered through the world, but nowhere did she find any trace of her bridegroom. At last she gave up the search in despair. She could not bear to return to her own castle, where she had been so happy with her lover, but determined rather to endure her loneliness and desolation in a strange land. She took a place as herd girl with a peasant, and buried her jewels and beautiful dresses in a safe and hidden spot. Every day she drove the cattle to pasture, and all the time she thought of nothing but her faithless bridegroom. She was very devoted to a certain little calf in the herd, and made a great pet of it, feeding it out of her own hands. She taught it to kneel before her, and then she whispered in its ear, "Kneel, little calf, kneel. Be faithful and leal, not like Prince Fickle, who once on a time left his fair Helena under the lime." After some years passed in this way, she heard that the daughter of the king of the country she was living in was going to marry a prince called Fickle. Everybody rejoiced at the news except poor Helena, to whom it was a fearful blow, for at the bottom of her heart she had always believed her lover to be true. Now it chanced that the way to the capital led right past the village where Helena was, and often when she was leading her cattle forth to the meadows, Prince Fickle rode past her, without ever noticing the poor herd girl, so engrossed was he in thoughts of his new bride. Then it occurred to Helena to put his heart to the test, and see if it weren't possible to recall herself to him. So one day as Prince Fickle rode by, she said to her little calf, "Kneel, little calf, kneel. Be faithful and leal, not like Prince Fickle, who once on a time left his poor Helena under the lime." When Prince Fickle heard her voice, it seemed to him to remind him of something, but of what he couldn't remember, for he hadn't heard the words distinctly, as Helena had only spoke them very low and with a shaky voice. Helena herself had been far too moved to let her see what impression her words had made on the prince, and when she looked round he was already far away. But she noticed how slowly he was riding, and how deeply sunk he was in thought, so she didn't quite give herself up as lost. In honour of the approaching wedding, a feast lasting many nights was to be given in the capital. Helena placed all her hopes on this, and determined to go to the feast and there to seek out her bridegroom. When evening drew near she stole out of the peasant's cottage secretly, and going to her hiding place she put on her dress embroidered with the gold suns and all her jewels, and loosed her beautiful golden hair, which up to now she had always worn under a kerchief, and adorned thus she set out for the town. When she entered the ballroom eyes were turned on her, and everyone marvelled at her beauty, but no one knew who she was. Prince Fickle, too, was quite dazzled by the charms of the beautiful maiden, and never guessed that she had once been his own lady-love. He never left her side all night, and it was with great difficulty that Helena escaped from him in the crowd when it was time to return home. Prince Fickle searched for her everywhere, and longed eagerly for the next night, when the beautiful lady had promised to come again. The following evening the fair Helena started early for the feast. This time she wore her dress embroidered with silver moons, and in her hair she placed a silver crescent. Prince Fickle was enchanted to see her again, and she seemed to him even more beautiful than she had the night before. He never left her side, and refused to dance with anyone else. He begged her to tell him who she was, but she refused to do so. Then he implored her to return again next evening, and this she promised him she would. On the third evening Prince Fickle was so impatient to see his fair enchantress again that he arrived at the feast hours before it began, and never took his eyes from the door. At last Helena arrived in a dress all covered with gold and silver stars, and with a girdle of stars round her waist, and a band of stars in her hair. Prince Fickle was more in love with her than ever, and begged her once again to tell him her name. Then Helena kissed him silently on the left cheek, and in one moment Prince Fickle recognized his old love. Full of remorse and sorrow, he begged for her forgiveness, and Helena, only too pleased to have got him back again, did not, you may be sure, keep him waiting very long for her pardon. And so they were married and returned to Helena's castle, where they are no doubt still sitting happily together under the lime tree. End of Prince Fickle and Fair Helena. Recording by Ashley Jane.
Section 25 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aubrey Kirkham. The Green Fairy Book. Puddocky. There was once upon a time a poor woman who had one little daughter called Parsley. She was so called because she liked eating parsley better than any other food. Indeed, she would hardly eat anything else. Her poor mother hadn't enough money always to be buying parsley for her, but the child was so beautiful that she could refuse her nothing, and so she went every night to the garden of an old witch who lived near and stole great branches of the coveted vegetable, in order to satisfy her daughter. This remarkable taste of the fair parsley soon became known, and the theft was discovered. The witch called the girl's mother to her, and proposed that she should let her daughter come and live with her, and then she could eat as much parsley as she liked. The mother was quite pleased with this suggestion, and so the beautiful Parsley took up her abode with the old witch. One day 3 princes, whom their father had sent abroad to travel, came to the town where Parsley lived and perceived the beautiful girl combing and plaiting her long black hair at the window. In one moment they all fell hopelessly in love with her, and longed ardently to have the girl for their wife. But hardly had they with one breath expressed their desire than, mad with jealousy, they drew their swords and all 3 set upon each other. The struggle was so violent and the noise so loud that the old witch heard it, and said at once, "Of course Parsley is at the bottom of all this." And when she had convinced herself that this was so, she stepped forward and, full of wrath over the quarrels and feuds Parsley's beauty gave rise to, she cursed the girl and said, "I wish you were an ugly toad, sitting under a bridge at the other end of the world." Hardly were the words out of her mouth than Parsley was changed into a toad and vanished from their sight. The princes, now that the cause of their dispute was removed, put up their swords, kissed each other affectionately, and returned to their father. The king was growing old and feeble, and wished to yield his sceptre and crown in favour of one of his sons, but he couldn't make up his mind which of the 3 he should appoint as his successor. He determined that fate should decide for him. So he called his 3 children to him and said, "My dear sons, I am growing old and weary of reigning, but I can't make up my mind to which of you 3 I should yield my crown, for I love you all equally. At the same time, I would like the best and cleverest of you to rule over my people. I have, therefore, determined to set you 3 tasks to do, and the one that performs them best shall be my heir. The first thing I shall ask you to do is to bring me a piece of linen 100 yards long, so fine that it will go through a gold ring." The sons bowed low, and, promising to do their best, they started on their journey without further delay. The 2 elder brothers took many servants and carriages with them, but the youngest set out quite alone. In the short time they came to 3 crossroads. 2 of them were gay and crowded, but the third was dark and lonely. The 2 elder brothers chose the more frequented ways, but the youngest, bidding them farewell, set out on the dreary road. Wherever linen was to be bought, there the 2 elder brothers hastened. They loaded their carriages with bales of the finest linen they could find, and then returned home. The youngest brother, on the other hand, went on his weary way for many days, and nowhere did he come across any linen that would have done. So he journeyed on, and his spirits sank with every step. At last he came to a bridge which stretched over a deep river flowing through a flat and marshy land. Before crossing the bridge he sat down on the banks of the stream and sighed dismally over his sad fate. Suddenly a misshapen toad crawled out of the swamp and, sitting down opposite him, asked, "What's the matter with you, my dear Prince?" The Prince answered impatiently, "There's not much good my telling you, Puddocky, for you couldn't help me if I did." "Don't be too sure of that," replied the toad. "Tell me your trouble and we'll see." Then the Prince became most confidential, and told the little creature why he had been sent out of his father's kingdom. "Prince, I will certainly help you," said the toad, and crawling back into her swamp, she returned dragging after her a piece of linen not bigger than a finger, which she laid before the Prince, saying, "Take this home, and you'll see it will help you." The Prince had no wish to take such an insignificant bundle with him, but he didn't like to hurt Puddockie's feelings by refusing it, so he took up the little packet, put it in his pocket, and bade the little toad farewell. Puddocky watched the Prince till he was out of sight and then crept back into the water. The further the Prince went, the more he noticed that the pocket in which the little roll of linen lay became heavier, and in proportion his heart grew lighter, and so, greatly comforted, he returned to the court of his father and arrived home just at the same time as his brothers with their caravans. The king was delighted to see them all again, and at once drew the ring from his finger and the trial began. In all the wagon loads there was not one piece of linen, the 10th part of which would go through the ring, and the two elder brothers, who had at first sneered at their youngest brother for returning with no baggage, began to feel rather small. But what were their feelings when he drew a bale of linen out of his pocket, which in fineness, softness, and purity of colour was unsurpassable. The threads were hardly visible, and it went through the ring without the smallest difficulty, at the same time measuring 100 yards quite correctly. The father embraced his fortunate son, and commanded the rest of the linen to be thrown into the water. Then, turning to his children, he said, "Now, dear princes, prepare yourselves for the second task. You must bring me back a little dog that will go comfortably into a walnut shell." The sons were all despair over this demand, but, as they each wished to win the crown, they determined to do their best, and after a very few days set out on their travels again. At the crossroads they separated once more. The youngest went by himself along his lonely way, but this time he felt much more cheerful. Hardly had he sat down under the bridge and heaved a sigh, than Puddocky came out, and sitting down opposite him, asked, "What's wrong with you now, dear Prince?" The Prince, who this time never doubted the little toad's power to help him, told her his difficulty at once. "Prince, I will help you," said the toad again, and crawled back into her swamp as fast as her short little legs would carry her. She returned, dragging a hazelnut behind her, which she laid at the Prince's feet, and said, "Take this nut home with you and tell your father to crack it very carefully, and you'll see then what will happen." The Prince thanked her heartily and went on his way in the best of spirits, while the little puddock crept slowly back into the water. When the Prince got home he found his brothers had just arrived with great wagon loads of little dogs of all sorts. The king had a walnut shell ready, and the trial began, but not one of the dogs the two eldest sons had brought with them would in the least fit into the shell. When they had tried all their little dogs, the youngest son handed his father the hazelnut with a modest bow, and begged him to crack it carefully. Hardly had the old king done so than a lovely tiny dog sprang out of the nutshell, and ran about on the king's hand, wagging its tail and barking lustily at all the other little dogs. The joy of the court was great. The father again embraced his fortunate son, commanded the rest of the small dogs to be thrown into the water and drowned, and once more addressed his sons. "The two most difficult tasks have been performed. Now listen to the third and last. Whoever brings the fairest wife home with him shall be my heir." This demand seemed so easy and agreeable, and the reward was so great, that the princes lost no time in setting forth on their travels. At this crossroads the two elder brothers debated if they should go the same way as the youngest, but when they saw how dreary and deserted it looked, they made up their minds that it would be impossible to find what they sought in these wilds, and so they stuck to their former paths. The youngest was very depressed this time and said to himself, "Anything else Puddocky could have helped me in, but this task is quite beyond her power. How could she ever find a beautiful wife for me? Her swamps are wide and empty, and no human beings dwell there, only frogs and toads and other creatures of that sort." However, he sat down as usual under the bridge, and this time he sighed from the bottom of his heart. In a few minutes the toad stood in front of him and asked, "What's the matter with you now, my dear prince?" "Oh, Puddocky, this time you can't help me, for the task is beyond even your power," replied the prince. "Still," answered the toad, "you may as well tell me your difficulty, for who knows but I mayn't be able to help you this time also." The prince then told her the task they had been set to do. "I'll help you right enough, dear prince," said the little toad. "Just you go home, and I'll soon follow you." With these words, Puddocky, with a spring quite unlike her usual slow movements, jumped into the water and disappeared. The prince rose up and went sadly on his way, for he didn't believe it possible that the little toad could really help him in his present difficulty. He had hardly gone a few steps when he heard a sound behind him and, looking round, saw a carriage made of cardboard, drawn by 6 big rats coming towards him. 2 hedgehogs rode in front as outriders, and on the box sat a fat mouse as coachman, and behind stood 2 little frogs as footmen. In the carriage itself sat Puddocky, who kissed her hand to the prince out of the window as she passed by. Sunk deep in thought over the fickleness of fortune that had granted him 2 of his wishes and now seemed about to deny him the last and best, the prince hardly noticed the absurd equipage, and still less did he feel inclined to laugh at its comic appearance. The carriage drove on in front of him for some time and then turned a corner, but what was his joy and surprise when suddenly, round the same corner but coming towards him, there appeared a beautiful coach drawn by 6 splendid horses, with outriders, coachmen, footmen, and other servants all in the most gorgeous liveries, and seated in the carriage was the most beautiful woman the prince had ever seen, and in whom he at once recognized the beautiful Parsley, for whom his heart had formerly burned. The carriage stopped when it reached him, and the footman sprang down and opened the door for him. He got in and sat down beside the beautiful Parsley, and thanked her heartily for her help, and told her how much he loved her. And so he arrived at his father's capital at the same moment as his brothers, who had returned with many carriage loads of beautiful women. But when they were all led before the king, the whole court with one consent awarded the prize of beauty to fair Parsley. The old king was delighted, and embraced his thrice fortunate son and his new daughter-in-law tenderly, and appointed them as his successors to the throne, but he commanded the other women to be thrown into the water and drowned, like the bales of linen and the little dogs. The prince married Puddocky and reigned long and happily with her, and if they aren't dead, I suppose they are living still. End of Puddocky. Read by Aubrey Kirkham. Section 26 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aubrey Kirkham. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Story of Hok Lee and the Dwarfs. There once lived in a small town in China a man named Hok Lee. He was a steady, industrious man, who not only worked hard at his trade, but did all his own housework as well, for he had no wife to do it for him. "What an excellent, industrious man is this Hok Lee," said his neighbors. "How hard he works! He never leaves his house to amuse himself or to take a holiday as others do." But Hok Lee was by no means the virtuous person his neighbours thought him. True, he worked hard enough by day, but at night, when all respectable folk were asleep, he used to steal out and join a dangerous band of robbers, who broke into rich people's houses and carried off all they could lay hands on. This state of things went on for some time, and, though a thief was caught now and then and punished, no suspicion ever fell on Hok Lee. He was such a very respectable, hard-working man. Hok Lee had already amassed a good store of money as his share of the proceeds of these robberies, when it happened one morning on going to market that a neighbour said to him, "Why, Hok Lee, what is the matter with your face? One side of it is all swelled up." True enough, Hok Lee's right cheek was twice the size of his left, and it soon began to feel very uncomfortable. "I will bind up my face," said Hok Lee. "Doubtless the warmth will cure the swelling." But no such thing. Next day it was worse, and day by day it grew bigger and bigger till it was nearly as large as his head and became very painful. Hok Lee was at his wits' end what to do. Not only was his cheek unsightly and painful, but his neighbours began to jeer and make fun of him, which hurt his feelings very much indeed. One day, as luck would have it, a travelling doctor came to the town. He sold not only all kinds of medicine, but also dealt in many strange charms against witches and evil spirits. Hok Lee determined to consult him, and asked him into his house. After the doctor had examined him carefully, he spoke thus: "This, O Hok Lee, is no ordinary swelled face. I strongly suspect you have been doing some wrong deed which has called down the anger of the spirits on you. None of my drugs will avail to cure you, but if you are willing to pay me handsomely, I can tell you how you may be cured." Then Hok Lee and the doctor began to bargain together, and it was a long time before they could come to terms. However, the doctor got the better of it in the end, for he was determined not to part with his secret under a certain price, and Hok Lee had no mind to carry his huge cheek about with him to the end of his days, so he was obliged to part with the greater portion of his ill-gotten gains. When the doctor had pocketed the money, he told Hok Lee to go on the first night of the full moon to a certain wood, and there to watch by a particular tree. After a time he would see the dwarfs and little sprites who live underground come out to dance. When they saw him they would be sure to make him dance too. "And mind you dance your very best," added the doctor. "If you dance well and please them they will grant you a petition, and you can then beg to be cured. But if you dance badly they will most likely do you some mischief out of spite." With that he took leave and departed. Happily the first night of the full moon was near, and at the proper time Hok Lee set out for the wood. With a little trouble he found the tree the doctor had described, and, feeling nervous, he climbed up into it. He had hardly settled himself on a branch when he saw the little dwarfs assembling in the moonlight. They came from all sides, till at length there appeared to be hundreds of them. They seemed in high glee, and danced and skipped and capered about, whilst Hok Lee grew so eager watching them that he crept further and further along his branch till at length it gave a loud crack. All the dwarfs stood still, and Hok Lee felt as if his heart stood still also. Then one of the dwarfs called out, "Someone is up in that tree. Come down at once, whoever you are, or we must come and fetch you." In great terror Hok Lee proceeded to come down, but he was so nervous that he tripped near the ground and came rolling down in the most absurd manner. When he had picked himself up, he came forward with a low bow, and the dwarf who had first spoken, and who appeared to be the leader, said, "Now then, who art thou, and what brings thee here?" So Hok Lee told him the sad story of his swelled cheek, and how he had been advised to come to the forest and beg the dwarfs to cure him. "It is well," replied the dwarf. "We will see about that. First, however, thou must dance before us. Should thy dancing please us, perhaps we may be able to do something, but should thou dance badly, we shall assuredly punish thee. so now take warning and dance away." With that, he and all the other dwarfs sat down in a large ring, leaving Hok Lee to dance alone in the middle. He felt half frightened to death, and besides was a good deal shaken by his fall from the tree, and did not feel at all inclined to dance. But the dwarfs were not to be trifled with. "Begin!" cried their leader, and "Begin!" shouted the rest in chorus. So in despair Hok Lee began. First he hopped on one foot and then on the other, but he was so stiff and so nervous that he made but a poor attempt, and after a time sank down on the ground and vowed he could dance no more. The dwarfs were very angry. They crowded round Hok Lee and abused him. "Thou to come here to be cured indeed," they cried. "Thou hast brought one big cheek with thee, but thou shalt take away two." And with that they ran off and disappeared, leaving Hok Lee to find his way home as best he might. He hobbled away, weary and depressed, and not a little anxious on account of the dwarf's threat. Nor were his fears unfounded, for when he rose the next morning his left cheek was swelled up as big as his right, and he could hardly see out of his eyes. Hok Lee felt in despair, and his neighbours jeered at him more than ever. The doctor, too, had disappeared, so there was nothing for it but to try the dwarfs once more. He waited a month till the first night of the full moon came round again, and then he trudged back to the forest and sat down under the tree from which he had fallen. He had not long to wait. Ere long the dwarfs came trooping out till all were assembled. "I do not feel quite easy," said one. "I feel as if some horrid human being were near us." When Hok Lee heard this he came forward and bent down to the ground before the dwarfs, who came round and laughed heartily at his comical appearance with his two big cheeks. "What dost thou want?" they asked, and Hok Lee proceeded to tell them of his fresh misfortunes, and begged so hard to be allowed one more trial at dancing that the dwarfs consented, for there is nothing they love so much as being amused. Now Hok Lee knew how much depended on his dancing well, so he plucked up a good spirit and began, first quite slowly and faster by degrees, and he danced so well and gracefully, and made such new and wonderful steps, that the dwarfs were quite delighted with him. They clapped their tiny hands and shouted, "Well done, Hok Lee, well done! Go on, dance more, for we are pleased." And Hok Lee danced on, till he really could dance no more, and was obliged to stop. Then the leader of the dwarfs said, "We are well pleased, Hok Lee, and as a recompense for thy dancing, thy face shall be cured. Farewell." With these words he and the other dwarfs vanished, and Hok Lee, putting his hands to his face, found to his great joy that his cheeks were reduced to their natural size. The way home seemed short and easy to him, and he went to bed happy, and resolved never to go out robbing again. Next day the whole town was full of the news of Hok's sudden cure. His neighbours questioned him, but could get nothing from him except the fact that he had discovered a wonderful cure for all kinds of diseases. After a time a rich neighbour, who had been ill for some years, came and offered to give Hok Lee a large sum of money if he would tell him how he might get cured. Hok Lee consented on the condition that he swore to keep the secret. He did so, and Hok Lee told him of the dwarfs and their dances. The neighbour went off, carefully obeyed Hok Lee's directions, and was duly cured by the dwarfs. Then another and another came to Hok Lee to beg his secret, and from each he extracted a vow of secrecy and a large sum of money. This went on for some years, so that at length Hok Lee became a very wealthy man, and ended his days in peace and prosperity. From the Chinese. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. End of The Story of Hok Lee and the Dwarfs.
Section 27 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Story of the Three Bears. Once upon a time there were 3 bears, who lived together in a house of their own in a wood. One of them was a little, small, wee bear, and one was a middle-sized bear, and the other was a great, huge bear. They had each a pot for their porridge, a little pot for the little, small, wee bear, and a middle-sized pot for the middle bear, and a great pot for the great, huge bear. And they had each a chair to sit in, a little chair for the little, small, wee bear, and a middle-sized chair for the middle bear, and a great chair for the great, huge bear. And they had each a bed to sleep in, a little bed for the little, small, wee bear, and a middle-sized bed for the middle bear, and a great bed for the great, huge bear. One day, after they had made the porridge for their breakfast, and poured it into their porridge pots, they walked out into the woods while the porridge was cooling, that they might not burn their mouths by beginning too soon to eat it. And while they were walking, a little old woman came to the house. She could not have been a good, honest old woman, for first she looked in at the window, and then she peeped in at the keyhole, and seeing nobody in the house, she lifted the latch. The door was not fastened, because the bears were good bears, who did nobody any harm, and never suspected that anybody would harm them. So the little old woman opened the door and went in, and well pleased she was when she saw the porridge on the table. If she had been a good little old woman, she would have waited till the bears came home, and then, perhaps, they would have asked her to breakfast, for they were good bears, a little rough or so, as the manner of bears is, but for all that very good-natured and hospitable. But she was an impudent, bad old woman, and set about helping herself. So first she tasted the porridge of the great, huge bear, and that was too hot for her, and she said a bad word about that. And then she tasted the porridge of the middle bear, and that was too cold for her, and she said a bad word about that too. And then she went to the porridge of the little, small, wee bear, and tasted that, and that was neither too hot nor too cold, but just right, and she liked it so well that she ate it all up. But the naughty old woman said a bad word about the little porridge pot, because it did not hold enough for her. Then the little old woman sat down in the chair of the great, huge bear, and that was too hard for her. And then she sat down in the chair of the middle bear, and that was too soft for her. And then she sat down in the chair of the little, small, wee bear, and that was neither too hard nor too soft, but just right. So she seated herself in it, and there she sat till the bottom of the chair came out, and down came she, plump upon the ground, and the naughty old woman said a wicked word about that too. Then the little old woman went upstairs into the bedchamber, in which the 3 bears slept. And first she lay down on the bed of the great, huge bear, but that was too high at the head for her. And next she lay down on the bed of the middle bear, and that was too high at the foot for her. And then she lay down upon the bed of this little, small, wee bear, and that was neither too high at the head nor at the foot, but just right. So she covered herself up comfortably, and lay there till she fell fast asleep. By this time the 3 bears thought their porridge would be cool enough, so they came home to breakfast. Now the little old woman had left the spoon of the great, huge bear standing in his porridge. "Somebody has been at my porridge," said the great, huge bear in his great, gruff voice. And when the middle bear looked at his, he saw that the spoon was standing in it too. They were wooden spoons. If they had been silver ones, the naughty old woman would have put them in her pocket. "Somebody has been at my porridge," said the middle bear in his middle voice. Then the little, small, wee bear looked at his, and there was a spoon in the porridge, but the porridge was gone. "Somebody has been at my porridge, and has eaten it all up," said the little, small, wee bear in his little, small, wee voice. Upon this the 3 bears, seeing that some one had entered their house and eaten up the little, small, wee bear's breakfast, began to look about them. Now the little old woman had not put the hard cushions straight when she rose from the chair of the great, huge bear. "Somebody has been sitting in my chair," said the great, huge bear in his great, rough, gruff voice. And the little old woman had squatted down on the soft cushion of the middle bear. "Somebody has been sitting in my chair," said the middle bear in his middle voice. And you know what the little old woman had done to the 3rd chair. "Somebody has been sitting in my chair, and has sate the bottom of it out," said the Little Small Wee Bear in his little small wee voice. Then the 3 bears thought it necessary that they should make farther search, so they went upstairs into their bedchamber. Now the little old woman had pulled the pillow of the Great Huge Bear out of its place. "Somebody has been lying in my bed," said the Great Huge Bear in his great gruff voice. And the little old woman had pulled the bolster of the Middle Bear out of its place. "Somebody has been lying in my bed," said the Middle Bear in his middle voice. And when the Little Small Wee Bear came to look at his bed, there was the bolster in its place, and the pillow in its place upon the bolster, and upon the pillow was the little old woman's ugly, dirty head, which was not in its place, for she had no business there. "Somebody has been lying in my bed, and here she is," said the Little Small Wee Bear in his little small wee voice. The little old woman had heard in her sleep the great rough gruff voice of the Great Huge Bear, but she was so fast asleep that it was no more to her than the roaring of wind or the rumbling of thunder. And she had heard the middle voice of the Middle Bear, but it was only as if she had heard someone speaking in a dream. But when she heard the little small wee voice of the Little Small Wee Bear, it was so sharp and so shrill that it awakened her at once. Up she started, and when she saw the 3 bears on one side of the bed, she tumbled herself out at the other, and ran to the window. Now the window was open, because the bears, like good, tidy bears as they were, always opened their bedchamber window when they got up in the morning. Out the little old woman jumped, and whether she broke her neck in the fall, or ran into the wood and was lost there, or found her way out of the wood and was taken up by the constable and sent to the house of correction for a vagrant as she was, I cannot tell. But the 3 bears never saw anything more of her. End of The Story of the 3 Bears. Recording by Maria Therese.
Section 28 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Prince Vivien and Princess Placida, Part 1. Recording by Aubrey Kirkham. Once upon a time there lived a king and queen who loved one another dearly. Indeed, the queen, whose name was Santorina, was so pretty and so kind-hearted that it would have been a wonder if her husband had not been fond of her, while King Gridelin himself was a perfect bundle of good qualities, for the fairy who presided at his christening had summoned the shades of all his ancestors and taken something good from each of them to form his character. Unfortunately, though, she had given him rather too much kindness of heart, which is a thing that generally gets its possessor into trouble. But so far all things had prospered with King Gridelin. However, it was not to be expected such good fortune could last, and before very long the queen had a lovely little daughter who was named Placida. Now the king, who thought that if she resembled her mother in face and mind she would need no other gift, never troubled to ask any of the fairies to her christening, and this offended them mortally, so that they resolved to punish him severely for thus depriving them of their rights. So, to the despair of King Gridelin, the queen first of all became very ill, and then disappeared altogether. If it had not been for the little princess, there is no saying what would have become of him, he was so miserable. But there she was to be brought up, and luckily the good fairy Lalotte, in spite of all that had passed, was willing to come and take charge of her, and of her little cousin, Prince Vivien, who was an orphan and had been placed under the care of his uncle, King Gridelin, when he was quite a baby. Although she neglected nothing that could possibly have been done for them, their characters, as they grew up, plainly proved that education only softens down natural defects, but cannot entirely do away with them. For Placida, who was perfectly lovely, and with a capacity and intelligence which enabled her to learn and understand anything that presented itself, was at the same time as lazy and indifferent as it is possible for anyone to be, while Vivian, on the contrary, was only too lively, and was forever taking up some new thing as promptly tiring of it, and flying off to something else which held his fickle fancy an equally short time. As these two children would possibly inherit the kingdom, it was natural that their people should take a great interest in them, and it fell out that all the tranquil and peace-loving citizens desired that Placida should one day be their queen, while the rash and quarrelsome hoped great things for Vivian. Such a division of ideas seemed to promise civil wars and all kinds of troubles to the state, and even in the palace the two parties frequently came into collision. As for the children themselves, though they were too well brought up to quarrel, still the difference in all their tastes and feelings made it impossible for them to like one another, so there seemed no chance of their ever consenting to be married, which was a pity, since that was the only thing that would have satisfied both parties. Prince Vivien was fully aware of the feeling in his favour, but being too honourable to wish to injure his pretty cousin, and perhaps too impatient and volatile to care to think seriously about anything, he suddenly took it into his head that he would go off by himself in search of adventure. Luckily this idea occurred to him when he was on horseback, for he would certainly have set out on foot rather than lose an instant. As it was, he simply turned his horse's head without another thought than that of getting out of the kingdom as soon as possible. This abrupt departure was a great blow to the state, especially as no one had any idea what had become of the prince. Even King Gridelin, who had never cared for anything since the disappearance of Queen Santorina, was roused by this new loss, and though he could not so much as look at the Princess Placida without shedding floods of tears, he resolved to see for himself what talents and capabilities she showed. He very soon found out that in addition to her natural indolence, she was being as much indulged and spoilt by day as if the fairy had been her grandmother, and was obliged to remonstrate very seriously upon the subject. Lolotte took his reproaches meekly, and promised faithfully that she would not encourage the princess in her idleness and indifference any more. From this moment poor Placida's troubles began. She was actually expected to choose her own dresses, to take care of her jewels, and to find her own amusements. But rather than take so much trouble she wore the same old frock from morning till night, and never appeared in public if she could possibly avoid it. However, this was not all. King Gridelin insisted that the affairs of the kingdom should be explained to her, and that she should attend all the councils and give her opinion upon the matter in hand whenever it was asked of her, and this made her life such a burden to her that she implored Lolotte to take her away from a country where too much was required of an unhappy princess. The fairy refused at first, with a great show of firmness, but who could resist the tears and entreaties of anyone so pretty as Placida? It came to this in the end, that she transported the princess just as she was, cosily tucked up upon her favourite couch, to her own grotto, and this new disappearance left all the people in despair, and Gridelin went about looking more distracted than ever. But now let us return to Prince Vivien, and see what his restless spirit had brought him to. Though Placida's kingdom was a large one, his horse had carried him gallantly to the limit of it, but it could go no further, and the prince was obliged to dismount and continue his journey on foot, though this slow mode of progress tired his patience severely. After what seemed to him a very long time, he found himself all alone in a vast forest, so dark and gloomy that he secretly shuddered. However, he chose the most promising-looking path he could find, and marched along it courageously at his best speed, but in spite of all his efforts, night fell before he reached the edge of the wood. For some time he stumbled along, keeping to the path as well as he could in the darkness, and just as he was almost wearied out, he saw before him a gleam of light. This sight revived his drooping spirits, and he made sure that he was now close to the shelter and supper he needed so much. but the more he walked towards the light, the further away it seemed. Sometimes he even lost sight of it altogether, and you may imagine how provoked and impatient he was by the time he finally arrived at the miserable cottage from which the light proceeded. He gave a loud knock at the door, and an old woman's voice answered from within, but as she did not seem to be hurrying herself to open it, he redoubled his blows, and demanded to be let in imperiously, quite forgetting that he was no longer in his own kingdom. But all this had no effect upon the old woman, who only noticed all the uproar he was making by saying gently, "You must have patience." He could hear that she really was coming to open the door to him, only she was so very long about it. First she chased away her cat, lest it should run away when the door was open. Then he heard her talking to herself, and made out that her lamp wanted trimming, and that she might see better who it was that knocked, and then that it lacked fresh oil, and she must refill it. So what with one thing and another, she was an immense time trotting to and fro, and all the while she now and again bade the prince have patience. When at last he stood within the little hut, he saw with despair that it was a picture of poverty, and that not a crumb of anything eatable was to be seen, and when he explained to the old woman that he was dying of hunger and fatigue, she only answered tranquilly that he must have patience. However, she presently showed him a bundle of straw on which he could sleep. "But what can I have to eat?" cried Prince Vivien sharply. "Wait a little, she replied. "If you will only have patience, I am just going out into the garden to gather some peas. We will shell them at our leisure. Then I will light a fire and cook them, and when they are thoroughly done we can enjoy them peaceably. There is no hurry." "I shall have died of starvation by the time all that is done," said the prince ruefully. "Patience, said the old woman, looking at him with her slow, gentle smile. "I can't be hurried. All things come at last to him who waits. You must have heard that often." Prince Vivien was wild with aggravation, but there was nothing to be done. "Come, then," said the old woman. "You shall hold the lamp to light me while I pick the peas." The prince in his haste snatched it up so quickly that it went out, and it took him a long time to light it again with 2 little bits of glowing charcoal which he had to dig out from the pile of ashes upon the hearth. However, at last the peas were gathered and shelled, and the fire lighted, but then they had to be carefully counted, since the old woman declared that she would cook 54, and no more. In vain did the prince represent to her that he was famished, that 54 peas would go no way towards satisfying his hunger, that a few peas, more or less, surely could not matter. It was quite useless. In the end he had to count out the 54, and worse than that, because he dropped 1 or 2 in his hurry, he had to begin again from the very first to be sure the number was complete. As soon as they were cooked the old dame took a pair of scales and a morsel of bread from the cupboard, and was just about to divide it when Prince Vivien, who really could wait no longer, seized the whole piece and ate it up, saying in his turn, "Patience!" "You mean that for a joke," said the old woman, as gently as ever. "But that is really my name, and some day you will know more about me." Then they ate their 27 peas, and the prince was surprised to find that he wanted nothing more, and he slept as sweetly upon his bed of straw as he had ever done in his palace. In the morning the old woman gave him milk and bread for his breakfast, which he ate contentedly, rejoicing that there was nothing to be gathered or counted or cooked, and when he had finished he begged her to tell him who she was. "That I will, with pleasure," she replied, "but it will be a long story." "Oh, if it's long I can't listen," cried the prince. "But," said she, "at your age you should attend to what old people say, and learn to have patience." But, said the prince, in his most impatient tone, "old people should not be so long-winded. Tell me what country I have got into, and nothing else." "With all my heart," said she. "You are in the forest of the Black Bird. It is here that he utters his oracles." "An oracle!" cried the Prince. "Oh, I must go and consult him." Thereupon he drew a handful of gold from his pocket and offered it to the old woman, and when she would not take it, he threw it down upon the table and was off like a flash of lightning, without even staying to ask the way. He took the first path that presented itself and followed it at the top of his speed, often losing his way, or stumbling over some stone, or running up against a tree, and leaving behind him without regret the cottage which had been as little to his taste as the character of its possessor. After some time he saw in the distance a huge black castle which commanded a view of the whole forest. The Prince felt certain that this must be the abode of the oracle, and just as the sun was setting he reached its outermost gates. The whole castle was surrounded by a deep moat, and the drawbridge and the gates, and even the water in the moat, were all of the same sombre hue as the walls and towers. Upon the gate hung a huge bell, upon which was written in red letters, "Mortal, if thou art curious to know thy fate, strike this bell, and submit to what shall befall thee." The Prince, without the smallest hesitation, snatched up a great stone and hammered vigorously upon the bell, which gave forth a deep and terrible sound. The gate flew open and closed again with a thundering clang the moment the Prince had passed through it, while from every tower and battlement rose a wheeling, screaming crowd of bats, which darkened the whole sky with their multitudes. Anyone but Prince Vivien would have been terrified by such an uncanny sight, but he strode stoutly forward till he reached the second gate, which was opened to him by 60 black slaves covered from head to foot in long mantles. He wished to speak to them, but soon discovered that they spoke an utterly unknown language, and did not seem to understand a word he said. This was a great aggravation to the Prince, who was not accustomed to keep his ideas to himself, and he positively found himself wishing for his old friend Patience. However, he had to follow his guides in silence, and they led him into a magnificent hall. The floor was of ebony, the walls of jet, and all the hangings were of black velvet, but the Prince looked round it in vain for something to eat, and then made signs that he was hungry. In the same manner he was respectfully given to understand that he must wait, and after several hours the 60 hooded and shrouded figures reappeared, and conducted him with great ceremony, and also very, very slowly, to a banqueting hall, where they all placed themselves at a long table. The dishes were arranged down the centre of it, and with his usual impetuosity the Prince seized the one that stood in front of him to draw it nearer, but soon found that it was firmly fixed in its place. Then he looked at his solemn and lugubrious neighbours, and saw that each one was supplied with a long hollow reed through which he slowly sucked up his portion, and the Prince was obliged to do the same, though he found it a frightfully tedious process. After supper they returned as they had come to the ebony room, where he was compelled to look on while his companions played interminable games of chess, and not until he was nearly dying of weariness did they, slowly and ceremoniously as before, conduct him to his sleeping apartment. The hope of consulting the oracle woke him very early the next morning, and his first demand was to be allowed to present himself before it, but, without replying, his attendants conducted him to a huge marble bath, very shallow at one end and quite deep at the other, and gave him to understand that he was to go into it. The Prince, nothing loth, was for springing at once into deep water, but he was gently but forcibly held back and only allowed to stand where it was about an inch deep, and he was nearly wild with impatience when he found that this process was to be repeated every day in spite of all he could say or do, the water rising higher and higher by inches, so that for 60 days he had to live in perpetual silence, ceremoniously conducted to and fro, supping all his meals through the long reed, and looking on at innumerable games of chess, the game of all others which he detested most. But at last the water rose as high as his chin, and his bath was complete. And that day the slaves in their black robes, and each having a large bat perched upon his head, marched in slow procession with the Prince in their midst, chanting a melancholy song, to the iron gate that led into a kind of temple. At the sound of their chanting another band of slaves appeared, and took possession of the unhappy Vivian. They looked to him exactly like the ones he had left, except that they moved more slowly still, and each one held a raven upon his wrist, and their harsh croakings re-echoed through the dismal place. Holding the Prince by the arms, not so much to do him honour as to restrain his impatience, they proceeded by slow degrees up the steps of the temple, and when they at last reached the top, he thought his long waiting must be at an end. But on the contrary, after slowly enshrouding him in a long black robe like their own, they led him into the temple itself, where he was forced to witness numbers of lengthy rites and ceremonies. By this time Vivian's active impatience had subsided into passive weariness. His yawns were continual and scandalous, but nobody heeded him. He stared hopelessly at the thick black curtain which hung down straight in front of him, and could hardly believe his eyes when it presently began to slide back, and he saw before him the black bird. It was of enormous size, and was perched upon a thick bar of iron which ran across from one side of the temple to the other. At the sight of it all the slaves fell upon their knees and hid their faces, and when it had 3 times flapped its mighty wings it uttered distinctly in Prince Vivian's own language the words, "Prince, your only chance of happiness depends upon that which is most opposed to your own nature." Then the curtain fell before it once more, and the Prince, after many ceremonies, was presented with a raven which perched upon his wrist, and was conducted slowly back to the iron gate. Here the raven left him, and he was handed over once more to the care of the first band of slaves, while a large bat flickered down and settled upon his head of its own accord. And so he was taken back to the marble bath, and he had to go through the whole process again, only this time he began in deep water which receded daily, inch by inch. When this was over, the slaves escorted him to the outer gate, and took leave of him with every mark of esteem and politeness, to which it is to be feared he responded but indifferently, since the gate was no sooner opened than he took to his heels and fled away with all his might, his one idea being to put as much space as possible between himself and the dreary place into which he had ventured so rashly, just to consult a tedious oracle, who after all had told him nothing. He actually reflected for about 5 seconds on his folly, and came to the conclusion that it might sometimes be advisable to think before one acted. After wandering about for several days until he was weary and hungry, he at last succeeded in finding a way out of the forest, and soon came to a wide and rapid river, which he followed, hoping to find some means of crossing it. And it happened that as the sun rose the next morning, he saw something of a dazzling whiteness moored out in the middle of the stream. Upon looking more attentively at it, he found that it was one of the prettiest little ships he had ever seen, and the boat that belonged to it was made fast to the bank quite close to him. The Prince was immediately seized with the most ardent desire to go on board the ship, and shouted loudly to attract the notice of her crew, but no one answered. So he sprang into the little boat and rowed away without finding it at all hard work, for the boat was made all of white paper, and was as light as a rose leaf. The ship was made of white paper too, as the Prince presently discovered when he reached it. He found not a soul on board, but there was a very cosy little bed in the cabin, and an ample supply of all sorts of good things to eat and drink, which he made up his mind to enjoy until something new happened. Having been thoroughly well brought up at the court of King Gridelin, of course he understood the art of navigation, but when once he had started, the current carried the vessel down at such a pace that before he knew where he was, the Prince found himself out at sea, and a wind springing up behind him just at this moment soon drove him out of sight of land. By this time he was somewhat alarmed, and did his best to put the ship about and get back to the river, but wind and tide were too strong for him, and he began to think of the number of times from his childhood up that he had been warned not to meddle with water. But it was too late now to do anything but wish vainly that he had stayed on shore, and to grow heartily weary of the boat and the sea and everything connected with it. These two things, however, he did most thoroughly. To put the finishing touch to his misfortunes, he presently found himself becalmed in mid-ocean, a state of affairs which would be considered trying by the most patient of men, so you can imagine how it affected Prince Vivien. He even came to wishing himself back at the castle of the Blackbird, for there at least he saw some living beings, whereas on board the white paper ship he was absolutely alone, and could not imagine how he was ever to get away from his wearisome prison. However, after a very long time he did see land, and his impatience to be on shore was so great that he at once flung himself over the ship's side that he might reach it sooner by swimming. But this was quite useless, for spring as far as he might from the vessel, it was always under his feet again before he reached the water, and he had to resign himself to his fate and wait with what patience he could muster until the winds and waves carried the ship into a kind of natural harbour which ran far into the land. After his long imprisonment at sea, the prince was delighted with his sight of the great trees which grew down to the very edge of the water, and leaping lightly on shore he speedily lost himself in the thick forest. When he had wandered a long way he stopped to rest beside a clear spring of water, but scarcely had he thrown himself down upon the mossy bank when there was a great rustling in the bushes close by, and out sprang a pretty little gazelle, panting and exhausted, which fell at his feet gasping out, "Oh, Vivien, save me!" The prince in great astonishment leapt to his feet, and had just time to draw his sword before he found himself face to face with a large green lion which had been hotly pursuing the poor little gazelle. Prince Vivien attacked it gallantly, and a fierce combat ensued, which, however, ended before long in the prince's dealing his adversary a terrific blow which felled him to the earth. As he fell the lion whistled loudly 3 times with such force that the forest rang again, and the sound must have been heard for more than 2 leagues round, after which, having apparently nothing more to do in the world, he rolled over on his side and died. The prince, without paying any further heed to him or to his whistling, returned to the pretty gazelle, saying, "Well, are you satisfied now? Since you can talk, pray tell me instantly what all this is about, and how you happen to know my name." "Oh, I must rest for a long time before I can talk," she replied, "and besides, I very much doubt if you will have leisure to listen, for the affair is by no means finished. In fact," she continued in the same languid tone, "you had better look behind you now." The prince turned sharply round and to his horror saw a huge giant approaching with mighty strides, crying fiercely, "Who has made my lion whistle, I should like to know?" "I have," replied the prince boldly, "but I can answer for it that he will not do it again." At these words the giant began to howl and lament. "Alas, my poor Tiny! My sweet little pet!" he cried. "But at least I can avenge thy death." Thereupon he rushed at the prince, brandishing an immense serpent which was coiled about his wrist. Vivien, without losing his coolness, aimed a terrific blow at it with his sword, but no sooner did he touch the snake than it changed into a giant, and the giant into a snake, with such rapidity that the prince felt perfectly giddy, and this happened at least 6 times, until at last, with a fortunate stroke, he cut the serpent in halves, and picking up one morsel, flung it with all his force at the nose of the giant, who fell insensible on top of the lion, and in an instant a thick black cloud rolled up which hid them from view, and when it cleared away they had all disappeared. End of Prince Vivien and Princess Placida, Part 1. Section 29 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Green Fairy Book. Prince Vivien and Princess Placida, Part 2. Recording by Aubrey Kirkham. Then the prince, without even waiting to sheath his sword, rushed back to the gazelle, crying, "Now you have had plenty of time to recover your wits, and you have nothing more to fear, so tell me who you are, and what this horrible giant, with his lion and his serpent, have to do with you, and for pity's sake be quick about it." "I will tell you with pleasure," she answered, "but where is the hurry? I want you to come back with me to the Green Castle, but I don't want to walk there. It is so far, and walking is so fatiguing." "Let us set out at once, then," replied the prince severely, "or else really I shall have to leave you where you are. Surely a young and active gazelle like you ought to be ashamed of not being able to walk a few steps. The further off this castle is, the faster we ought to walk, but as you don't appear to enjoy that, I will promise that we will go gently, and we can talk by the way." "It would be better still if you would carry me," she said sweetly, "but as I don't like to see people giving themselves trouble, you may carry me, and make that snail carry you." So saying, she pointed languidly with one tiny foot at what the prince had taken for a block of stone, but now he saw that it was a huge snail. "What! I ride a snail?" cried the prince. "You were laughing at me, and beside, we should not get there for a year." "Oh, well, then don't do it," replied the gazelle. "I am quite willing to stay here. The grass is green and the water clear, but if I were you I should take the advice that was given me and ride the snail." So though it did not please him at all, the prince took the gazelle in his arms and mounted upon the back of the snail, which glided along very peaceably, entirely declining to be hurried by frequent blows from the prince's heels. In vain did the gazelle represent to him that she was enjoying herself very much, and that this was the easiest mode of conveyance she had ever discovered. Prince Vivien was wild with impatience, and thought that the Green Castle would never be reached. However, at last, they did get there, and everyone who was in it ran to see the prince dismount from his singular steed. But what was his surprise, when having at her request set the gazelle gently down upon the steps which led up to the castle, he saw her suddenly change into a charming princess, and recognized in her his pretty cousin Placida, who greeted him with her usual tranquil sweetness. His delight knew no bounds, and he followed her eagerly up into the castle, impatient to know what strange events had brought her there. But after all he had to wait for the princess's story, for the inhabitants of the Green Lands, hearing that the giant was dead, ran to offer the kingdom to his vanquisher, and Prince Vivien had to listen to various complimentary harangues, which took a great deal of time, though he cut them as short as politeness allowed, if not shorter. But at last he was free to rejoin Placida, who at once began the story of her adventures. "After you had gone away," said she, "they tried to make me learn how to govern the kingdom, which wearied me to death, so that I begged and prayed Lolotte to take me away with her, and this she presently did, but very reluctantly. However, having been transported to her grotto upon my favourite couch, I spent several delicious days, soothed by the soft green light, which was like a beech wood in the spring, and by the murmuring of bees and the tinkle of falling water. But alas, Lolotte was forced to go away to a general assembly of the fairies, and she came back in great dismay, telling me that her indulgence to me had cost her dear, for she had been severely reprimanded, and ordered to hand me over to the fairy Mirlifiche, who was already taking charge of you, and who had been much commended for her management of you." "Fine management indeed," interrupted the prince, "if it is to her I owe all the adventures I have met with. But go on with your story, my cousin. I can tell you all about my doings afterwards, and then you can judge for yourself." "At first I was grieved to hear Lolotte cry," resumed the princess, "but I soon found that grieving was very troublesome, so I thought it better to be calm. and very soon afterwards I saw the fairy Mirlifiche arrive, mounted upon her great unicorn. She stopped before the grotto and bade Lalotte bring me out to her, at which she cried worse than ever, and kissed me a dozen times, but she dared not refuse. I was lifted up on to the unicorn, behind Mirlifiche, who said to me, "Hold on tight, little girl, if you don't want to break your neck." And indeed, I had to hold on with all my might, for her horrible steed trotted so violently that it positively took my breath away. However, at last we stopped at a large farm, and the farmer and his wife ran out as soon as they saw the fairy and helped us to dismount. I knew that they were really a king and queen, whom the fairies were punishing for their ignorance and idleness. You may imagine that I was by this time half dead with fatigue, but Mirlifiche insisted upon my feeding her unicorn before I did anything else. To accomplish this I had to climb up a long ladder into the hayloft and bring down, one after the other, 24 handfuls of hay. Never, never before did I have such a wearisome task. It makes me shudder to think of it now. And that was not all. In the same way I had to carry the 24 handfuls of hay to the stable, and then it was supper time, and I had to wait upon all the others. After that I really thought I should be allowed to go peaceably to my little bed, but oh, dear no. First of all I had to make it, for it was all in confusion, and then I had to make one for the fairy, and tuck her in, and draw the curtains round her, beside rendering her a dozen little services which I was not at all accustomed to. Finally, when I was perfectly exhausted by all this toil, I was free to go to bed myself, but as I had never before undressed myself, and really did not know how to begin, I lay down as I was. Unfortunately, the fairy found this out, and just as I was falling into a sweet slumber, she made me get up once more, but even then I managed to escape her vigilance, and only took off my upper robe. Indeed, I may tell you in confidence that I always find disobedience answer very well. One is often scolded, it is true, but then one has been saved some trouble. At the earliest day of dawn Mirlifiche woke me, and made me take many journeys to the stable to bring her word how her unicorn had slept, and how much hay he had eaten, and then to find out what time it was, and if it was a fine day. I was so slow, and did my errands so badly, that before she left she called the king and queen and said to them, "I am much more pleased with you this year. Continue to make the best of your farm, if you wish to get back to your kingdom, and also take care of this little princess for me, and teach her to be useful, that when I come I may find her cured of her faults. If she is not—" Here she broke off with a significant look, and mounting my enemy the unicorn, speedily disappeared. Then the king and queen, turning to me, asked me what I could do. "Nothing at all, I assure you," I replied in a tone which really ought to have convinced them, but they went on to describe various employments, and tried to discover which of them would be most to my taste. However, at last I persuaded them that to do nothing whatever would be the only thing that would suit me, and that if they really wanted to be kind to me, they would let me go to bed and to sleep, and not tease me about doing anything. To my great joy, they not only permitted this, but actually, when they made their own meals, the queen brought my portion up to me. But early the next morning she appeared at my bedside, saying with an apologetic air, "My pretty child, I am afraid you must really make up your mind to get up to-day. I know quite well how delightful it is to be thoroughly idle, for when my husband and I were king and queen we did nothing at all from morning to night, and I sincerely hope that it will not be long before those happy days will come again for us. But at present we have not reached them, nor have you, and you know from what the fairy said that perhaps worse things may happen to us if she is not obeyed. Make haste, I beg of you, and come down to breakfast, for I have put by some delicious cream for you." It was really very tiresome, but as there was no help for it I went down. But the instant breakfast was over they began again with their cuckoo cry of "What will you do?" In vain did I answer, "Nothing at all, if it please you, madam." The queen at last gave me a spindle and about 4 pounds of hemp upon a distaff, and sent me out to keep the sheep, assuring me that there could not be a pleasanter occupation, and that I could take my ease as much as I pleased. I was forced to set out, very unwillingly, as you may imagine, But I had not walked far before I came to a shady bank in what seemed to me a charming place. I stretched myself cosily upon the soft grass, and with the bundle of hemp for a pillow, slept as tranquilly as if there were no such things as sheep in the world, while they for their part wandered hither and thither at their own sweet will, as if there were no such thing as a shepherdess, invading every field and browsing upon every kind of forbidden dainty, until the peasants, alarmed by the havoc they were making, raised a clamour, which at last reached the ears of the king and queen, who ran out, and seeing the cause of the commotion, hastily collected their flock. And indeed, the sooner the better, since they had to pay for all the damage they had done. As for me, I lay still and watched them run, for I was very comfortable, and there I might be still if they had not come up, all panting and breathless, and compelled me to get up and follow them. They also reproached me bitterly, but I need hardly tell you that they did not again trust me with the flock. But whatever they found for me to do, it was always the same thing. I spoilt and mismanaged it all, and was so successful in provoking even the most patient people, that one day I ran away from the farm, for I was really afraid the queen would be obliged to beat me. When I came to the little river in which the king used to fish, I found the boat tied to a tree, and stepping in I unfastened it and floated gently down with the current. The gliding of the boat was so soothing that I did not trouble myself in the least when the queen caught sight of me and ran along the bank, crying, "My boat! My boat! Husband, come and catch the little princess who is running away with my boat!" The current soon carried me out of hearing of her cries, and I dreamed to the song of the ripples and the whisper of the trees, until the boat suddenly stopped, and I found it was stuck fast beside a fresh green meadow, and that the sun was rising. In the distance I saw some little houses which seemed to be built in a most singular fashion, but as I was by this time very hungry, I set out towards them, but before I had walked many steps, I saw that the air was full of shining objects which seemed to be fixed, and yet I could not see what they hung from. I went nearer, and saw a silken cord hanging down to the ground, and pulled it just because it was so close to my hand. Instantly the whole meadow resounded to the melodious chiming of a peal of silver bells, and they sounded so pretty that I sat down to listen, and to watch them as they swung shining into the sunbeams. Before they ceased to sound came a great flight of birds, and each one perching upon a bell added its charming song to the concert. As they ended, I looked up and saw a tall and stately dame advancing towards me, surrounded and followed by a vast flock of every kind of bird. "Who are you, little girl," said she, "who dares to come where I allow no mortal to live, lest my birds should be disturbed? Still, if you were clever at anything," she added, "I might be able to put up with your presence." "Madam," I answered, rising, "you may be very sure that I shall not do anything to alarm your birds. I only beg you, for pity's sake, to give me something to eat." "I will do that," she replied, "before I send you where you deserve to go." And thereupon she dispatched 6 jays, who were her pages, to fetch me all sorts of biscuits, while some of the other birds brought ripe fruits. In fact, I had a delicious breakfast, though I do not like to be waited upon so quickly. It is so disagreeable to be hurried. I began to think I should like very well to stay in this pleasant country, and I said so to the stately lady, but she answered with the greatest disdain, "Do you think I would keep you here? You! Why, what do you suppose would be the good of you in this country, where everyone is wide awake and busy? No, no, I have shown you all the hospitality you will get from me." With these words she turned and gave a vigorous pull to the silken rope which I mentioned before, but instead of a melodious chime, there arose a hideous clanging which quite terrified me, and in an instant a huge black bird appeared, which alighted at the fairy's feet, saying in a frightful voice, "What do you want of me, dear sister?" "I wish you to take this little princess to my cousin, the giant of the green castle, at once," she replied, "and beg him from me to make her work day and night upon his beautiful tapestry." At these words the great bird snatched me up, regardless of my cries, and flew off at a terrific pace. "Oh, you were joking, cousin," interrupted Prince Vivien. "You mean as slowly as possible. I know that horrible black bird, and the lengthiness of all his proceedings and surroundings." "Have it your own way," replied Placida tranquilly. I cannot bear arguing. Perhaps this was not even the same bird. At any rate, he carried me off at a prodigious speed, and set me gently down in this very castle of which you were now the master. We entered by one of the windows, and when the bird had handed me over to the giant, from whom you have been good enough to deliver me, and given the fairy's message, it departed. Then the giant turned to me, saying, "So you are an idler. Ah well, we must teach you how to work. You won't be the first we have cured of laziness. See how busy all my guests are." I looked up as he spoke, and saw that an immense gallery ran all round the hall, in which were tapestry frames, spindles, skeins of wool, patterns, and all necessary things. Before each frame about a dozen people were sitting, hard at work, at which terrible sight I fainted away, and as soon as I recovered they began to ask me what I could do. It was in vain that I replied as before, and with the strongest desire to be taken at my word, nothing at all. The giant only said, "Then you must learn to do something. In this world there is enough work for everybody." It appeared that they were working into the tapestry all the stories that the fairies like best, and they began to try and teach me to help them, but from the first class where they tried me to begin with, I sank lower and lower, and not even the most simple stitches could I learn. In vain they punished me by all the usual methods. In vain the giant showed me his menagerie, which was entirely composed of children who would not work. Nothing did me any good, and at last I was reduced to drawing water for the dyeing of the wools, and even over that I was so slow that this morning the giant flew into a rage and changed me into a gazelle. He was just putting me into the menagerie when I happened to catch sight of a dog, and was seized with such terror that I flew away at my utmost speed, and escaped through the outer court of the castle. The giant, fearing that I should be lost altogether, sent his green lion after me, with orders to bring me back, cost what it might, and I should certainly have let myself be caught, or eaten up, or anything, rather than run any further, if I had not luckily met you by the fountain. And oh," concluded the princess, "how delightful it is once more to be able to sit still in peace. I was so tired of trying to learn things." Prince Vivien said that, for his part, he had been kept a great deal too still, and had not found it at all amusing, and then he recounted all his adventures with breathless rapidity, how he had taken shelter with Dame Patience, and consulted the oracle, and voyaged in the paper ship. Then they went hand in hand to release all the prisoners in the castle, and all the princes and princesses who were in cages in the menagerie. For the instant the green giant was dead they had resumed their natural forms. As you may imagine, they were all very grateful, and Princess Placida entreated them never, never to do another stitch of work so long as they lived, and they promptly made a great bonfire in the courtyard, and solemnly burnt all the embroidery frames and spinning wheels. Then the princess gave them splendid presents, or rather sat by while Prince Vivien gave them, and there were great rejoicings in the green castle, and everyone did his best to please the prince and princess. But with all their good intentions they often made mistakes, for Vivien and Placida were never of one mind about their plans, so it was very confusing, and they frequently found themselves obeying the prince's orders very, very slowly, and rushing off with lightning speed to do something that the princess did not wish to have done at all, until, by and by, the two cousins took to consulting with and consoling one another in all these little vexations, and at last came to be so fond of each other that for Placida's sake Vivien became quite patient, and for Vivien's sake Placida made the most unheard of exertions. But now the fairies, who had been watching all these proceedings with interest, thought it was time to interfere, and ascertain by further trials if this improvement was likely to continue, and if they really loved one another. So they caused Placida to seem to have a violent fever, and Vivien to languish and grow dull, and made each of them very uneasy about the other, and then, finding a moment when they were apart, the fairy Mirlifiche suddenly appeared to Placida and said, "I have just seen Prince Vivien, and he seemed to me to be very ill." "Alas, yes, madam," she answered, and if you will but cure him, you may take me back to the farm, or bring the green giant to life again, and you shall see how obedient I will be." "If you really wish him to recover," said the fairy, "you have only to catch the trotting mouse and the chaffinch on the wing, and bring them to me. Only remember that time presses." She had hardly finished speaking before the Princess was rushing headlong out of the castle gate, and the fairy, after watching her till she was lost to sight, gave a little chuckle and went in search of the Prince, who begged her earnestly to send him back to the Black Castle or to the paper boat if she would but save Placida's life. The fairy shook her head and looked very grave. She quite agreed with him, the Princess was in a bad way. "But," said she, "if you can find the rosy mole, and give him to her, she will recover." So now it was the Prince's turn to set off in a vast hurry, only as soon as he left the castle he happened to go in exactly the opposite direction to the one Placida had taken. Now you can imagine these two devoted lovers hunting night and day, the Princess in the woods, always running, always listening, pursuing hotly after two creatures which seemed to her very hard to catch, which she yet never ceased from pursuing. The Prince, on the other hand, wandering continually across the meadows, his eyes fixed upon the ground, attentive to every movement among the moles. He was forced to walk slowly, slowly upon tiptoe, hardly venturing to breathe. Often he stood for hours motionless as a statue, and if the desire to succeed could have helped him, he would soon have possessed the rosy mole. But alas, all that he caught were black and ordinary, though strange to say he never grew impatient, but always seemed ready to begin the tedious hunt again. But this changing of character is one of the most ordinary miracles which love works. Neither the Prince nor the Princess gave a thought to anything but their quest. It never even occurred to them to wonder what country they had reached, so you may guess how astonished they were one day, when having at last been successful after their long and weary chase, they cried aloud at the same instant, "At last I have saved my beloved," and then, recognizing each other's voice, looked up, and rushed to meet one another with the wildest joy. Surprise kept them silent while for one delicious moment they gazed into each other's eyes, and just then who should come up but King Gridelin, for it was into his kingdom they had accidentally strayed. He recognized them in his turn and greeted them joyfully, but when they turned afterwards to look for the rosy mole, the chaffinch, and the trotting mouse, they had vanished, and in their places stood a lovely lady whom they did not know, the Blackbird and the Green Giant. King Gridelin had no sooner set eyes upon the lady than with a cry of joy he clasped her in his arms, for it was no other than his long-lost wife Santorina, about whose imprisonment in Fairyland you may perhaps read some day. Then the Blackbird and the Green Giant resumed their natural form, for they were enchanters, and up flew Lolotte and Mirlifiche in their chariots, and then there was a great kissing and congratulating, for everybody had regained someone he loved, including the enchanters, who loved their natural forms dearly. After this they repaired to the palace, and the wedding of Prince Vivien and Princess Placida was held at once with all the splendour imaginable. King Gridelin and Queen Santorina, after all their experiences, had no further desire to reign, so they retired happily to a peaceful place, leaving their kingdom to the Prince and Princess, who were beloved by all their subjects, and found their greatest happiness all their lives long in making other people happy. Nonchalant et papillon. End of Prince Vivien and Princess Placida, Part 2.
Section 30 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Dang. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Little One Eye, Little Two Eyes, and Little Three Eyes. There was once a woman who had 3 daughters, of whom the eldest was called Little One Eye, because she had only one eye in the middle of her forehead, and the second Little Two Eyes, because she had 2 eyes like other people, and the youngest Little Three Eyes, because she had 3 eyes, and her third eye was also in the middle of her forehead. But because little Two Eyes did not look any different from other children, her sisters and mother would not bear her. They would say to her, "You with your 2 eyes are no better than common folk. You don't belong to us." They pushed her here, and threw her wretched clothes there, and gave her to eat only what they had left, and they were as unkind to her as ever they could be. It happened one day that little Two Eyes had to go out into the fields to take care of the goat, but she was still quite hungry because her sisters had given her so little to eat. So she sat down in the meadow and began to cry, and she cried so much that 2 little brooks ran out of her eyes. But when she looked up once in her grief, there stood a woman beside her, who asked, "Little Two Eyes, what are you crying for?" Little Two Eyes answered, "Have I not reason to cry? Because I have 2 eyes like other people, my sisters and my mother cannot bear me. They push me out of one corner into another, and give me nothing to eat except what they leave. Today they have given me so little that I am still quite hungry." Then the wise woman said, "Little Two Eyes, dry your eyes, and I will tell you something so that you need never be hungry again. Only say to your goat, 'Little goat, bleat, little table, appear,' and a beautifully spread table will stand before you, with the most delicious food on it, so that you can eat as much as you want. And when you have had enough, and don't want the little table any more, you only have to say, 'Little goat, bleat, little table, away,' and then it will vanish." Then the wise woman went away. But little Two Eyes thought, "I must try it once if what she has told me is true, for I am more hungry than ever," and she said, "Little goat, bleat, little table, appear," and scarcely had she uttered the words, when there stood a little table before her, covered with a white cloth, on which were arranged a plate, with a knife and a fork and a silver spoon, and the most beautiful dishes, which were smoking hot, as if they had just come out of the kitchen. Then little Two Eyes said the shortest grace she knew, and went to work and made a good dinner. And when she had had enough, she said, as the wise woman had told her, "Little goat, bleat, little table, away," and immediately the table and all that was on it disappeared again. "That is a splendid way of housekeeping," thought little Two Eyes, and she was quite happy and contented. In the evening, when she went home with her goat, she found a little earthenware dish with the food that her sisters had thrown to her, but she did not touch it. The next day she went out again with her goat, and left the few scraps which were given to her. The first and second times her sisters did not notice this, but when it happened continually they remarked it and said, "Something is the matter with little Two Eyes, for she always leaves her food now, and she used to gobble up all that was given her. She must have found another means of getting food." So in order to get at the truth, little One Eye was told to go out with little Two Eyes when she drove the goat to pasture, and to notice particularly what she got there, and whether anyone brought her food and drink. Now when little Two Eyes was setting out, little One Eye came up to her and said, "I will go into the field with you, and see if you take good care of the goat, and if you drive him properly to get grass." But little Two Eyes saw what little One Eye had in her mind, and she drove the goat into the long grass, and said, "Come, little One Eye, we will sit down here, and I will sing you something." Little One Eye sat down, and as she was very much tired by the long walk to which she was not used to, and by the hot day, and as little Two Eyes went on singing, "Little One Eye, are you awake? Little One Eye, are you asleep?" She shut her one eye and fell asleep. When little Two Eyes saw that little One Eye was asleep and could find out nothing, she said, "Little goat, bleat, little table, appear," and sat down at her table and ate and drank as much as she wanted. Then she said again, "Little goat, bleat, little table, away," and in the twinkling of an eye all had vanished. Little Two Eyes then woke little One Eye and said, "Little One Eye, you meant to watch, and instead you went to sleep. In the meantime the goat might have gone far and wide. Come, we will go home." So they went home, and little Two Eyes again left her little dish untouched, and little One Eye could not tell her mother why she would not eat, and said as an excuse, "I was so sleepy out of doors." The next day the mother said to little Three Eyes, "This time you shall go with little Two Eyes, and watch whether she eats anything out in the fields, and whether anyone brings her food and drink, for eat and drink she must secretly. So Little Three Eyes went to Little Two Eyes and said, I will go with you and see if you take good care of the goat, and if you drive him properly to get grass. But Little Two Eyes knew what Little Three Eyes had in her mind, and she drove the goat out into the long grass and said, We will sit down here, Little Three Eyes, and I will sing you something. Little Three Eyes sat down. She was tired by the walk and the hot day, and Little Two Eyes sang the same little song again. Little Three Eyes, are you awake? But instead of singing as she ought to have done, Little Three Eyes, are you asleep? She sang without thinking, Little Two Eyes, are you asleep? She went on singing, Little Three Eyes, are you awake? Little Two Eyes, are you asleep? So that the two eyes of Little Three Eyes fell asleep, but the third, which wasn't spoken to in the little rhyme, did not fall asleep. Of course, Little Three Eyes shut that eye also out of cunning, to look as if she were asleep, but it was blinking and could see everything quite well. And when Little Two Eyes thought that Little Three Eyes was sound asleep, she said her rhyme, Little goat, bleat, little table, appear, and ate and drank to her heart's content, and then made the table go away again by saying, Little goat, bleat, little table, away. But Little Three Eyes had seen everything. Then Little Two Eyes came to her and woke her and said, Well, Little Three Eyes, have you been asleep? You watch well. Come, we will go home. When they reached home, Little Two Eyes did not eat again, and Little Three Eyes said to the mother, I know now why that proud thing eats nothing. When she says to the goat in the field, Little goat, bleat, little table, appear, a table stands before her, spread with the best food, much better than we have, and when she has had enough, she says, Little goat, bleat, little table, away, and everything disappears again. I saw it all exactly. She made two of my eyes go to sleep with a little rhyme, but the one in my forehead remained awake, luckily. Then the envious mother cried out, Will you fare better than we do? You shall not have the chances to do so again, and she fetched a knife and killed the goat. When Little Two Eyes saw this, she went out full of grief, and sat down in the meadow and wept bitter tears. Then again the wise woman stood before her and said, Little Two Eyes, what are you crying for? Have I not reason to cry? She answered. The goat, which when I said the little rhyme spread the table so beautifully, my mother has killed, and now I must suffer hunger and want again. The wise woman said, Little Two Eyes, I will give you a good piece of advice. Ask your sisters to give you the heart of the dead goat, and bury it in the earth before the house door. That will bring you good luck. Then she disappeared, and Little Two Eyes went home, and said to her sisters, Dear sisters, do give me something of my goat. I ask nothing better than its heart. Then they laughed and said, You can have that if you want nothing more. And Little Two Eyes took the heart and buried it in the evening when all was quiet, as the wise woman had told her, before the house door. The next morning, when they all awoke and came to the house door, there stood a most wonderful tree, which had leaves of silver and fruit of gold growing on it. You never saw anything more lovely and gorgeous in your life. But they did not know how the tree had grown up in the night. Only Little Two Eyes knew that it had sprung from the heart of the goat, for it was standing just where she had buried it in the ground. Then the mother said to Little One Eye, Climb up, my child, and break us off the fruit from the tree. Little One Eye climbed up, but just when she was going to take hold of one of the golden apples, the bough sprang out of her hands. And this happened every time, so that she could not break off a single apple, however hard she tried. Then the mother said, Little Three Eyes, do you climb up. You with your 3 eyes can see round better than Little One Eye. So Little One Eye slid down, and Little Three Eyes climbed up, but she was not any more successful. Look round as she might, the golden apples bent themselves back. At last the mother got impatient and climbed up herself, but she was even less successful than Little One Eye and Little Three Eyes in catching hold of the fruit, and only grasped at the empty air. Then Little Two Eyes said, I will try once. Perhaps I shall succeed better. The sisters called out, You with your 2 eyes will no doubt succeed. But Little Two Eyes climbed up, and the golden apples did not jump away from her, but behaved quite properly, so that she could pluck them off, one after the other, and brought a whole apronful down with her. The mother took them from her, and instead of behaving better to poor little Two Eyes, as they ought to have done, they were jealous that only she could reach the fruit, and behaved still more unkindly to her. It happened one day that when they were all standing together by the tree, that a young knight came riding along. "Be quick, little Two Eyes," cried the two sisters. "Creep under this, so that you shall not disgrace us." And they put over poor little Two Eyes as quickly as possible an empty cask, which was standing close to the tree, and they pushed the golden apples which she had broken off under her feet. When the knight, who was a very handsome young man, rode up, he wondered to see the marvellous tree of gold and silver, and said to the two sisters, "Whose is this beautiful tree? Whoever will give me a twig of it shall have whatever she wants." Then little One Eye and little Three Eyes answered that the tree belonged to them, and that they would certainly break him off a twig. They gave themselves a great deal of trouble, but in vain. The twig and fruit bent back every time from their hands. Then the knight said, "It is very strange that the tree should belong to you, and yet that you have not the power to break anything from it." But they would have that the tree was theirs, and while they were saying this, little Two Eyes rolled a couple of golden apples from under the cask, so that they lay at the knight's feet, for she was angry with little One Eye and little Three Eyes for not speaking the truth. When the knight saw the apples, he was astonished, and asked where they came from. Little One Eye and little Three Eyes answered that they had another sister, but she could not be seen because she had only two eyes, like ordinary people. But the knight demanded to see her, and called out, "Little Two Eyes, come forth." Then little Two Eyes came out from under the cask quite happily, and the knight was astonished at her great beauty, and said, "Little Two Eyes, I am sure you can break off a twig from the tree." "Yes," answered little Two Eyes, "I can, for the tree is mine." So she climbed up and broke off a small branch, with its silver leaves and golden fruit, without any trouble, and gave it to the knight. Then he said, "Little Two Eyes, what shall I give you for this?" "Ah," answered little Two Eyes, "I suffer hunger and thirst, want and sorrow, from early morning till late in the evening. If you would take me with you and free me from this, I should be happy." Then the knight lifted little Two Eyes on his horse, and took her home to his father's castle. There he gave her beautiful clothes, and food and drink, and because he loved her so much he married her, and the wedding was celebrated with great joy. When the handsome knight carried little Two Eyes away with him, the two sisters envied her good luck at first. "But the wonderful tree is still with us, after all," they thought, "and although we cannot break any fruit from it, everyone will stop and look at it, and will come to us and praise it. Who knows whether we may not reap a harvest from it?" But the next morning the tree had flown, and their hopes with it, and when little Two Eyes looked out of her window, there it stood underneath, to her great delight. Little Two Eyes lived happily for a long time. Once 2 poor women came to the castle to beg alms. Then little Two Eyes looked at them and recognized both her sisters, little One Eye and little Three Eyes, who had become so poor that they came to beg bread at her door. But little Two Eyes bade them welcome, and was so good to them that they both repented from their hearts of having been so unkind to their sister. Grimm. End of Little One Eye, Little Two Eyes, and Little Three Eyes. Recording by Michael Dang Damadbar.
Section 31 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Jorinde and Joringel. There was once upon a time a castle in the middle of a thick wood, where lived an old woman quite alone, for she was an enchantress. In the daytime she changed herself into a cat or a night owl, but in the evening she became like an ordinary woman again. She could entice animals and birds to come to her, and then she would kill and cook them. If any youth came within 100 paces of the castle, he was obliged to stand still, and could not stir from the spot till she set him free. But if a pretty girl came within this boundary, the old enchantress changed her into a bird, and shut her up in a wicker cage, which she put in one of the rooms in the castle. She had quite 7,000 of such cages in the castle, with very rare birds in them. Now, there was once a maiden called Jorinde, who was more beautiful than other maidens. She and a youth named Joringel, who was just as good looking as she was, were betrothed to one another. Their greatest delight was to be together, and so that they might get a good long talk, they went one evening for a walk in the wood. "Take care," said Joringel, "not to come too close to the castle." It was a beautiful evening. The sun shone brightly between the stems of the trees among the dark green leaves of the forest, and the turtle doves sang clearly on the old may bushes. Jorinde wept from time to time, and she sat herself down in the sunshine and lamented, and Joringel lamented too. They felt as sad as if they had been condemned to die. They looked round and got quite confused, and did not remember which was their way home. Half the sun was still above the mountain, and half was behind it, when Joringel looked through the trees and saw the old wall of the castle quite near them. He was terrified and half dead with fright. Jorinde sang: "My little bird with throat so red sings sorrow, sorrow, sorrow. He sings to the little dove that's dead, sings sorrow, sorrow, jug, jug, jug." Joringel looked up at Jorinde. She had been changed into a nightingale who was singing jug, jug. A night owl with glowing eyes flew 3 times round her, and screeched 3 times, "Too-it, too-it, too!" Joringel could not stir. He stood there like a stone. He could not weep, or speak, or move hand or foot. Now the sun set. The owl flew into a bush, and immediately an old bent woman came out of it. She was yellow-skinned and thin, and had large red eyes and a hooked nose, which met her chin. She muttered to herself, caught the nightingale, and carried her away in her hand. Joringel could say nothing. He could not move from the spot, and the nightingale was gone. At last the woman came back again, and said in a gruff voice, "Good evening, Zachiel. When the young moon shines in the basket, you are freed early, Zachiel." Then Joringel was free. He fell on his knees before the old woman, and implored her to give him back his Jorinde. But she said he should never have her again, and then went away. He called after her, he wept and lamented, but all in vain. "What is to become of me?" Then he went away, and came at last to a strange village, where he kept sheep for a long time. He often went round the castle while he was there, but never too close. At last he dreamt one night that he had found a blood-red flower, which had in its center a beautiful large pearl. He plucked this flower, and went with it to the castle, and there everything which he touched with the flower was freed from the enchantment, and he got his Jorinde back again through it. When he awoke in the morning, he began to seek mountain and valley to find such a flower. He sought it for 8 days, and on the 9th, early in the morning, he found the blood-red flower. In its center was a large dewdrop, as big as the most lovely pearl. He traveled day and night with this flower till he arrived at the castle. When he came within 100 paces of it, he did not cease to be able to move, but he went on till he reached the gate. He was delighted at his success, touched the great gate with the flower, and it sprung open. He entered, passed through the courtyard, and then stopped to listen for the singing of the birds. At last he heard it. He went in and found the hall in which was the enchantress, and with her 7,000 birds in their wicker cages. When she saw Joringel she was furious, and breathed out poison and gall at him, but she could not move a step towards him. He took no notice of her, and went and looked over the cages of birds, but there were many hundreds nightingales, and how was he to find his Jorinde from among them? Whilst he was considering, he observed the old witch take up a cage secretly, and go with it towards the door. Instantly he sprang after her, touched the cage with the flower, and the old woman as well. Now she could no longer work enchantments, and there stood Jorinde before him, with her arms round his neck, and more beautiful than ever. Then he turned all the other birds again into maidens, and he went home with his Jorinde, and they lived a long and happy life. Grimm. End of Jorinde and Joringel. Recording by Maria Therese.
Section number 32 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sherlockian. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Allerleirauh, or The Many-Furred Creature. Part 32. There was once upon a time a king who had a wife with golden hair, and she was so beautiful that you couldn't find anyone like her in the world. It happened that she fell ill, and when she felt that she must soon die, she sent for the king and said, "If you want to marry after my death, make no one queen unless she is just as beautiful as I am, and has just such golden hair as I have. Promise me this." After the king had promised her this, she closed her eyes and died. For a long time the king was not to be comforted, and he did not even think of taking a second wife. At last his counselors said, "The king must marry again, so that we may have a queen." So messengers were sent far and wide to seek for a bride equal to the late queen in beauty. But there was no one in the wide world, and if there had been, she could not have had such golden hair. Then the messengers came home again, not having been able to find a queen. Now the king had a daughter who was just as beautiful as her dead mother, and had just such golden hair. One day, when she had grown up, her father looked at her and saw that she was exactly like her mother. So he said to his counselors, "I will marry my daughter to one of you, and she shall be queen, for she is exactly like her dead mother, and when I die, her husband shall be king." But when the princess heard of her father's decision, she was not at all pleased, and said to him, "Before I do your bidding, I must have 3 dresses, one as golden as the sun, one as silver as the moon, and one as shining as the stars. Besides these, I want a cloak made of 1,000 different kinds of skin. Every animal in your kingdom must give a bit of his skin to it." But she thought to herself, "This will be quite impossible, and I shall not have to marry someone I do not care for." The king, however, was not to be turned from his purpose, and he commanded the most skilled maidens in his kingdom to weave the 3 dresses, one as golden as the sun, and one as silver as the moon, and one as shining as the stars. And he gave orders to all his huntsmen to catch one of every kind of beast in the kingdom, and to get a bit of its skin to make a cloak of 1,000 pieces of fur. At last, when all was ready, the king commanded the cloak be brought to him, and he spread it out before the princess, and said, "Tomorrow shall be your wedding day." When the princess saw there was no more hope of changing her father's resolution, she determined to flee away. In the night, when everyone else was sleeping, she got up and drew 3 things from her treasures: a gold ring, a little gold spinning wheel, and a gold reel. She put the sun, moon, and star dresses in a nutshell, drew on the cloak of many skins, and made her face and hands black with soot. Then she commended herself to God, and went out and traveled the whole night till she came to a large forest. And as she was very much tired, she sat down inside a hollow tree and fell asleep. The sun rose, and she still slept on, though it was nearly noon. Now it happened that the king to whom this wood belonged was hunting in it. When his dogs came to the tree, they sniffed and ran round and round it, barking. The king said to the huntsman, "See what sort of wild beast is in there." The huntsman went in, and then came back and said, "In the hollow tree there lies a wonderful animal that we don't know, and we've never seen one like it. Its skin is made of 1,000 pieces of fur, but it's lying down asleep." The king said, "See if you can catch it alive, and then fasten it to the cart, and we will take it with us." When the huntsman seized the maiden, she awoke and was frightened, and cried out to them, "I'm a poor child, forsaken by father and mother. Take pity on me, and let me go with you." Then they said to her, "Many-furred creature, you can work in the kitchen. Come with us, and sweep the ashes together." So they put her in the cart, and they went back to the palace. There they showed her a tiny room under the stairs, where no daylight came, and said to her, "Many-furred creature, you can live and sleep here." Then she was sent into the kitchen, where she carried wood and water, poked the fire, washed vegetables, plucked fowls, swept up the ashes, and did all the dirty work. So the many-furred creature lived for a long time in great poverty. Ah, beautiful king's daughter, what is going to befall you now? It happened once, when a great feast was being held in the palace, that she said to the cook, "Can I go upstairs for a little bit and look on? I will stand outside the doors." The cook replied, "Yes, you can go up, but in half an hour you must be back here to sweep up the ashes." Then she took her little oil lamp, and went into her little room, drew off her fur cloak, and washed off the soot from her face and hands, so that her beauty shone forth. It was as if one sunbeam after another were coming out of a black cloud. Then she opened the nut, and took out the dress as golden as the sun. And when she had done this, she went up to the feast, and everyone stepped out of her way, for nobody knew her, and they thought she must be a king's daughter. But the king came towards her, and gave her his hand, and danced with her, thinking to himself, "My eyes have never beheld anyone so fair." When the dance was ended, she curtsied to him, and when the king looked round, she had disappeared, no one knew whither. The guards who were standing before the palace were called and questioned, but no one had seen her. She had run to her little room, and had quickly taken off her dress, made her face and hands black, put on the fur cloak, and was once more the many-furred creature. When she came into the kitchen, and was setting about her work of sweeping the ashes together, the cook said to her, "Let that wait till tomorrow, and just cook the king's soup for me. I want to have a little peep at the company upstairs. But be sure you do not let a hair fall into it, otherwise you will get nothing to eat in future." So the cook went away, and the many-furred creature cooked the soup for the king. She made a bread soup as well as she possibly could, and when it was done, she fetched her gold ring from her little room, and laid it in the tureen in which the soup was to be served up. When the dance was ended, the king had his soup brought to him, and ate it, and it was so good he thought he had never tasted such soup in his life. But when he came to the bottom of the dish, he saw a gold ring lying there, and he could not imagine how it got in. Then he commanded the cook to be brought before him. The cook was terrified when he heard the command, and said to the many-furred creature, "You must have let a hair fall into the soup, and if you have, you deserve a good beating." When he came before the king asked who had cooked the soup. The cook answered, "I cooked it." But the king said, "That's not true, for it was quite different and much better soup than you have ever cooked." Then the cook said, "I must confess, I did not cook the soup. The many-furred creature did." "Let her be brought before me," said the king. When the many-furred creature came, the king asked her who she was. "I'm a poor child without father or mother." Then he asked her, "What do you do in my palace?" "I am of no use except to have boots thrown at my head." "How did you get the ring which was in the soup?" he asked. "I know nothing at all about the ring," she answered. So the king could find out nothing, and was obliged to send her away. After a time there was another feast, and the many-furred creature begged the cook, as at the last one, to let her go and look on. He answered, "Yes, but come back again in half an hour, and cook the king the bread soup that he likes so much." So she ran away to her little room, washed herself quickly, took out of the nut the dress as silver as the moon, and put it on. Then she went upstairs, looking just like a king's daughter, and the king came towards her, delighted to see her again, and as the dance had just begun, they danced together. But when the dance was ended, she disappeared again so quickly that the king could not see which way she went. She ran to her little room, and changed herself once more into the many-furred creature, and went into the kitchen to cook the bread soup. When the cook was upstairs, she fetched the golden spinning wheel, and put it in the dish, so that the soup was poured over it. It was brought to the king, who ate it, and liked it as much as the last time. He had the cook sent to him, and again he had to confess that the many-furred creature had cooked the soup. Then the many-furred creature came before the king, but she said again that she was of no use except to have boots thrown at her head, and that she knew nothing at all of the golden spinning wheel. When the king had a feast for the third time, things did not turn out quite the same as the other two. The cook said, "You must be a witch, many-furred creature, for you always put something in the soup, so that it is much better and tastes nicer to the king than any that I cook." But because she begged hard, he let her go up for the usual time. Now she put on the dress as shining as the stars, and stepped into the hall in it. The king danced again with the beautiful maiden, and thought she had never looked so beautiful. And while he was dancing, he put a gold ring on her finger without her seeing it, and he commanded that the dance should last longer than usual. When it was finished, he wanted to keep her hands in his, but she broke from him, and sprang so quickly away among the people that she vanished from his sight. She ran as fast as she could to her little room under the stairs, but because she had stayed too long beyond the half-hour, she could not stop to take off the beautiful dress, but only threw the fur cloak over it, and in her haste she did not make herself quite black with soot, one finger remaining white. The many-furred creature now ran into the kitchen, cooked the king's bread soup, and when the cook had gone, she laid the golden reel in the dish. When the king found the reel at the bottom, he had the many-furred creature brought to him, and then he saw the white finger, and the ring which he had put on her hand in the dance. Then he took her hand and held her tightly, and as she was trying to get away, she undid the fur cloak a little bit, and the star dress shone out. The king seized the cloak and tore it off her. Her golden hair came down, and she stood there in her full splendor, and could not hide herself away any more. And when the soot and ashes had been washed from her face, she looked more beautiful than anyone in the world. But the king said, "You are my dear bride, and we will never be separated from one another." The wedding was celebrated, and they lived happily ever after. End of Allerleirauw, The Many-Furred Creature, Part 32. Recording by Sherlockian.
Section 33 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The 12 Huntsmen. Once upon a time there was a king's son who was engaged to a princess whom he dearly loved. One day, as he sat by her side feeling very happy, he received news that his father was lying at the point of death, and desired to see him before his end. So he said to his love, "Alas, I must go off and leave you, but take this ring and wear it as a remembrance of me, and when I am king I will return and fetch you home." Then he rode off, and when he reached his father he found him mortally ill and very near death. The king said, "Dearest son, I have desired to see you again before my end. Promise me, I beg of you, that you will marry according to my wishes." And he then named the daughter of a neighboring king, who he was anxious should be his son's wife. The prince was so overwhelmed with grief that he could think of nothing but his father, and exclaimed, "Yes, yes, dear father, whatever you desire shall be done." Thereupon the king closed his eyes and died. After the prince had been proclaimed king, and the usual time of mourning had elapsed, he felt that he must keep the promise he had made to his father. So he sent to ask for the hand of the king's daughter, which was granted to him at once. Now his first love heard of this, and the thought of her lover's desertion grieved her so sadly that she pined away and nearly died. Her father said to her, "My dearest child, why are you so unhappy? Is there anything you wish for? Say so, and you shall have it." His daughter reflected for a moment, and then said, "Dear father, I wish for 11 girls as nearly as possible of the same height, age, and appearance as myself." Said the king, "If the thing is possible, your wish shall be fulfilled." And he had his kingdom searched till he found 11 maidens of the same height, size, and appearance as his daughter. Then the princess desired 12 complete huntsmen's suits to be made, all exactly alike, and the 11 maidens had to dress themselves in 11 of the suits, while she herself put on the 12th. After this she took leave of her father, and rode off with her 12 girls to the court of her former lover. Here she inquired whether the king did not want some huntsmen, and if he would not take them all into his service. The king saw her, but did not recognize her, and as he thought them very good-looking young people, he said, yes, he would gladly engage them all. Now the king had a most remarkable lion, for it knew every hidden or secret thing. One evening the lion said to the king, So you think you have got 12 huntsmen, do you?" "Yes, certainly," said the king. "There are 12 huntsmen." "There you are mistaken," said the Lion. "There are 12 maidens." "That cannot possibly be," replied the king. "How do you mean to prove that?" "Just have a number of peas strewed over the floor of your antechamber," said the Lion, "and you will soon see. Men have a strong firm tread, so if they happen to walk over peas, not one will stir, but girls trip and slip and slide, so that the peas roll all about." The king was pleased with the Lion's advice, and ordered the peas to be strewn in his anteroom. Fortunately, one of the king's servants had become very partial to the young huntsmen, and hearing of the trial they were to be put to, he went to them and said, "The Lion wants to persuade the king that you are only girls," and then told them all the plot. The king's daughter thanked him for the hint, and after he was gone she said to her maidens, "Now make every effort to tread firmly on the peas." Next morning, when the king sent for his 12 huntsmen, and they passed through the anteroom, which was plentifully strewn with peas, they trod so firmly and walked with such a steady, strong step that not a single pea rolled away, or even so much as stirred. After they had gone, the king said to the Lion, "There now, you have been telling lies. You see yourself they walk like men." "Because they knew they were being put to the test," answered the Lion, "and so they made an effort. But just have a dozen spinning wheels placed in the anteroom. When they pass through, you will see how pleased they will be, quite unlike any man." The king was pleased with this advice, and desired 12 spinning wheels to be placed in his antechamber. But the good-natured servant went to the huntsmen and told them all about this fresh plot. Then, as soon as the king's daughter was alone with her maidens, she exclaimed, "Now, pray make a great effort, and don't even look at those spinning wheels." When the king sent for his 12 huntsmen the next morning, they walked through the anteroom without even casting a glance at the spinning wheels. Then the king said once more to the Lion, "You have deceived me again. They are men, for they never once looked at the spinning wheels." The Lion replied, "They knew they were being tried, and they did violence to their feelings." But the king declined to believe in the Lion any longer. So the 12 huntsmen continued to follow the king, and he grew daily fonder of them. One day, whilst they were all out hunting, it so happened that news was brought that the king's intended bride was on her way and might soon be expected. When the true bride heard of this, she felt as though a knife had pierced her heart, and she fell fainting to the ground. The king, fearing something had happened to his dear huntsman, ran up to help, and began drawing off his gloves. Then he saw the ring which he had given his first love, and as he gazed into her face he knew her again, and his heart was so touched that he kissed her, and as she opened her eyes he cried, "I am thine, and thou art mine. No power on earth can alter that." To the other princess he dispatched a messenger to beg her to return to her own kingdom with all speed. "For," said he, "I have got a wife, and he who finds an old key again does not require a new one." Thereupon the wedding was celebrated with great pomp, and the Lion was restored to his royal favor, for, after all, he had told the truth. Grimm. End of The 12 Huntsmen. Recording by Ellie. July 2010.
Section 34 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Spindle, Shuttle, and Needle. Once upon a time there lived a girl who lost her father and mother when she was quite a tiny child. Her godmother lived all alone in a little cottage at the far end of the village, and there she earned her living by spinning, weaving, and sewing. The old woman took the little orphan home with her and brought her up in good, pious, industrious habits. When the girl was 15 years old her godmother fell ill, and, calling the child to her bedside, she said, "My dear daughter, I feel that my end is near. I leave you my cottage, which will, at least, shelter you, and also my spindle, my weaver's shuttle, and my needle, with which to earn your bread." Then she laid her hands on the girl's head, blessed her, and added, "Mind and be good, and then all will go well with you." With that she closed her eyes for the last time, and when she was carried to her grave the girl walked behind her coffin weeping bitterly, and paid her all the last honors. After this the girl lived all alone in the little cottage. She worked hard spinning, weaving, and sewing, and her old godmother's blessing seemed to prosper all she did. The flax seemed to spread and increase, and when she wove a carpet or a piece of linen or made a shirt, she was sure to find a customer who paid her well, so that not only did she feel no want herself, but she was able to help those who did. Now, it happened that about this time the king's son was making a tour through the entire country to look out for a bride. He could not marry a poor woman, and he did not wish for a rich one. "She shall be my wife," said he, "who is at once the poorest and the richest." When he reached the village where the girl lived, he inquired who was the richest and who was the poorest woman in it. The richest was named first. The poorest, he was told, was a young girl who lived alone in a little cottage at the far end of the village. The rich girl sat at her door dressed out in all her best clothes, and when the king's son came near she got up, went to meet him, and made him a low curtsy. He looked well at her, said nothing, but rode on further. When he reached the poor girl's house he did not find her at her door, for she was at work in her room. The prince reined in his horse, looked in at the window through which the sun was shining brightly, and saw the girl sitting at her wheel busily spinning away. She looked up, and when she saw the king's son gazing in at her, she blushed red all over, cast down her eyes, and span on. Whether the thread was quite as even as usual, I really cannot say, but she went on spinning till the king's son had ridden off. Then she stepped to the window and opened the lattice, saying, "The room is so hot," but she looked after him as long as she could see the white plumes in his hat. Then she sat down to her work once more and span on, and as she did so an old saying which she had often heard her godmother repeat whilst at work came into her head and began to sing, "Spindle, spindle, go and see if my love will come to me." Lo and behold! The spindle let from her hand and rushed out of the room, and when she was sufficiently recovered from her surprise to look after it, she saw it dancing merrily through the fields, dragging a long golden thread after it, and soon it was lost to sight. The girl, having lost her spindle, took up the shuttle, and seating herself at her loom, began to weave. Meantime the spindle danced on, and just as it had come to the end of the golden thread, it reached the king's son. "What do I see?" he cried. "The spindle seems to wish to point out the way to me." So he turned his horse's head and rode back beside the golden thread. Meantime the girl sat weaving and sang, "Shuttle, weave both web and woof, bring my love beneath my roof." The shuttle instantly escaped from her hand, and with one bound was out at the door. On the threshold it began weaving the loveliest carpet that was ever seen. Roses and lilies bloomed on both sides, and in the center a thicket seemed to grow with rabbits and hares running through it, stags and fawns peeping through the branches, whilst on the topmost bough sat birds of brilliant plumage, and so lifelike one almost expected to hear them sing. The shuttle flew from side to side, and the carpet seemed almost to grow of itself. As the shuttle had run away the girl sat down to sew. She took up her needle and sang, "Needle, needle, stitch away, make my chamber bright and gay." And the needle promptly slipped from her fingers and flew about the room like lightning. You would have thought invisible spirits were at work, for in next to no time the table and benches were covered with green cloth, the chairs with velvet, and elegant silk curtains hung before the windows. The needle had barely put in its last stitch when the girl, glancing at the window, spied the white-plumed hat of the king's son, who was being led back by the spindle with the golden thread. He dismounted and walked over the carpet into the house, and when he entered the room, there stood the girl blushing like any rose. "You are the poorest and yet the richest," he said. "Come with me, you shall be my bride." She said nothing, but she held out her hand. Then he kissed her, and led her out, lifted her on his horse, and took her to his royal palace, where the wedding was celebrated with great rejoicings. The spindle, the shuttle, and the needle were very carefully placed in the treasury, and were always held in the very highest honor. Grimm. End of Spindle, Shuttle, and Needle. Recording by Maria Therese.
Section 35 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Crystal Coffin. Now let no one say that a poor tailor can't get on in the world, and indeed even attain to very high honour. Nothing is required but to set the right way to work, but of course the really important thing is to succeed. A very bright, active young tailor once set off on his travels, which led him into a wood, and as he did not know the way, he soon lost himself. Night came on, and there seemed to be nothing for it but to seek out the best resting place he could find. He could have made himself quite comfortable with a bed of soft moss, but the fear of wild beasts disturbed his mind, and at last he determined to spend the night in a tree. He sought out a tall oak tree, climbed up to the top, and felt devoutly thankful that his big smoothing iron was in his pocket, for the wind in the tree-tops was so high that he might easily have been blown away altogether. After passing some hours of the night, not without considerable fear and trembling, he noticed a light shining at a little distance, and hoping it might proceed from some house where he could find a better shelter than in the top of the tree, he cautiously descended and went towards the light. It led him to a little hut all woven together of reeds and rushes. He knocked bravely at the door, which opened, and by the light which shone from within he saw an old grey-haired man, dressed in a coat made of bright-coloured patches. "Who are you, and what do you want?" asked the old man roughly. "I am a poor tailor," replied the youth. "I have been benighted in the forest, and I entreat you to let me take shelter in your hut till morning." "Go your way," said the old man in a sulky tone. "I'll have nothing to do with tramps. You must just go elsewhere." With these words he tried to slip back into his house, but the tailor laid hold of his coat-tails, and begged so hard to be allowed to stay, that the old fellow, who was by no means as cross as he appeared, was at length touched by his entreaties, let him come in, and after giving him some food, showed him quite a nice bed in one corner of the room. The weary tailor required no rocking to rest, but slept sound till early morning, when he was roused from his slumbers by a tremendous noise. Loud screams and shouts pierced the thin walls of the little hut. The tailor, with newborn courage, sprang up, threw on his clothes with all speed, and hurried out. There he saw a huge black bull engaged in a terrible fight with a fine large stag. They rushed at each other with such fury that the ground seemed to tremble under them, and the whole air to be filled with their cries. For some time it appeared quite uncertain which would be the victor, but at length the stag drove his antlers with such force into his opponent's body that the bull fell to the ground with a terrific roar, and a few more strokes finished him. The tailor, who had been watching the fight with amazement, was still standing motionless, when the stag bounded up to him, and before he had time to escape, forked him up with its great antlers, and set off at full gallop over hedges and ditches, hill and dale, through wood and water. The tailor could do nothing but hold on tight with both hands to the stag's horns, and resign himself to his fate. He felt as if he were flying along. At length the stag paused before a steep rock, and gently let the tailor down to the ground. Feeling more dead than alive, he paused for a while to collect his scattered senses, but when he seemed somewhat restored, the stag struck such a blow on a door in the rock that it flew open. Flames of fire rushed forth, and such clouds of steam followed that the stag had to avert its eyes. The tailor could not think what to do or which way to turn to get away from this awful wilderness, and to find his way back amongst human beings once more. As he stood hesitating, a voice from the rock cried to him, "Step in without fear, no harm shall befall you." He still lingered, but some mysterious power seemed to impel him, and passing through the door he found himself in a spacious hall, whose ceiling, walls, and floor were covered with polished tiles carved all over with unknown figures. He gazed about, full of wonder, and was just preparing to walk out again, when the same voice bade him, "Tread on the stone in the middle of the hall, and good luck will attend you." By this time he had grown so courageous that he did not hesitate to obey the order, and hardly had he stepped on the stone than it began to sink gently with him into the depths below. On reaching firm ground he found himself in a hall of much the same size as the upper one, but with much more in it to wonder at and admire. Round the walls were several niches, in each of which stood glass vessels filled with some bright-coloured spirit or bluish smoke. On the floor stood 2 large crystal boxes opposite each other, and these attracted his curiosity at once. Stepping up to one of them, he saw within it what looked like a model in miniature of a fine castle, surrounded by farms, barns, stables, and a number of other buildings. Everything was quite tiny, but so beautifully and carefully finished that it might have been the work of an accomplished artist. He would have continued gazing much longer at this remarkable curiosity, had not the voice desired him to turn round and look at the crystal coffin which stood opposite. What was his amazement at seeing a girl of surpassing loveliness lying in it. She lay as though sleeping, and her long fair hair seemed to wrap her round like some costly mantle. Her eyes were closed, but the bright colour in her face, and the movement of a ribbon which rose and fell with her breath, left no doubt as to her being alive. As the tailor stood gazing at her with a beating heart, the maiden suddenly opened her eyes and started with delighted surprise. "Great heavens!" she cried, "my deliverance approaches! Quick, quick, help me out of my prison! Only push back the bolt of this coffin, and I am free." The tailor promptly obeyed, when she quickly pushed back the crystal lid, stepped out of the coffin, and hurried to a corner of the hall, when she proceeded to wrap herself in a large cloak. Then she sat down on a stone, desired the young man to come near, and, giving him an affectionate kiss, she said, "My long-hoped-for deliverer, kind heaven has led you to me, and has at length put an end to all my sufferings. You are my destined husband, and beloved by me, and endowed with every kind of riches and power. You shall spend the remainder of your life in peace and happiness. Now sit down and hear my story. I am the daughter of a wealthy nobleman. My parents died when I was very young, and they left me to the care of my eldest brother, by whom I was carefully educated. We loved each other so tenderly, and our tastes and interests were so much alike, that we determined never to marry, but to spend our entire lives together. There was no lack of society at our home. Friends and neighbours paid us frequent visits, and we kept open house for all. Thus it happened that one evening a stranger rode up to the castle and asked for hospitality, as he could not reach the nearest town that night. We granted his request with ready courtesy, and during supper he entertained us with most agreeable conversation, mingled with amusing anecdotes. My brother took such a fancy to him that he pressed him to spend a couple of days with us, which, after a little hesitation, the stranger consented to do. We rose late from table, and whilst my brother was showing our guest to his room, I hurried to mine, for I was very tired and longed to get to bed. I had hardly dropped off to sleep when I was roused by the sound of some soft and charming music. Wondering whence it could come, I was about to call to my maid, who slept in the room next mine, when, to my surprise, I felt as if some heavy weight on my chest had taken all power from me, and I lay there unable to utter the slightest sound. Meantime, by the light of the night lamp, I saw the stranger enter my room, though the double doors had been securely locked. He drew near and told me that through the power of his magic arts he had caused the soft music to waken me, and had made his way through bolts and bars to offer me his hand and heart. My repugnance to his magic was so great that I would not condescend to give any answer. He waited motionless for some time, hoping no doubt for a favourable reply, but as I continued silent he angrily declared that he would find means to punish my pride, and therewith he left the room in a rage. I spent the night in the greatest agitation, and only fell into a doze towards morning. As soon as I awoke I jumped up and hurried to tell my brother all that had happened, but he had left his room, and his servant told me that he had gone out at daybreak to hunt with the stranger. My mind misgave me. I dressed in all haste, had my palfrey saddled, and rode off at full gallop towards the forest, attended by one servant only. I pushed on without pausing, and ere long I saw the stranger coming towards me and leading a fine stag. I asked him where he had left my brother, and how he had got the stag, whose great eyes were overflowing with tears. Instead of answering, he began to laugh, and I flew into such a rage that I drew a pistol and fired at him, but the bullet rebounded from his breast and struck my horse in the forehead. I fell to the ground, and the stranger muttered some words which robbed me of my senses. When I came to myself, I was lying in a crystal coffin, in this subterranean vault. The magician appeared again, and told me that he had transformed my brother into a stag, had reduced our castle and all its defences to miniature and locked them up in a glass box, and, after turning all our household into different vapours, had banished them into glass phials. If I would only yield to his wishes, he could easily open these vessels, and all would then resume their former shapes. I would not say a word more than I had done previously, and he vanished, leaving me in my prison, where a deep sleep soon fell on me. Amongst the many dreams which floated through my brain was a cheering one of a young man who was to come and release me, and today when I opened my eyes I recognized you, and saw that my dream was fulfilled. Now help me to carry out the rest of my vision. The first thing is to place the glass box which contains my castle on this large stone. As soon as this was done, the stone gently rose through the air and transported them into the upper hall, whence they easily carried the box into the outer air. The lady then removed the lid, and it was marvellous to watch the castle, houses, and farmyards begin to grow and spread themselves till they had regained their proper size. Then the young couple returned by means of the movable stone, and brought up all the glass vessels filled with smoke. No sooner were they uncorked than the blue vapours poured out and became transformed to living people, in whom the lady joyfully recognised her many servants and attendants. Her delight was complete when her brother, who had killed the magician under the form of a bull, was seen coming from the forest in his proper shape, and that very day, according to her promise, she gave her hand in marriage to the happy young tailor. Grimm. End of The Crystal Coffin. Recording by Michaela O'Connor.
Section 36 of The Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Three Snake Leaves. There was once a poor man who could no longer afford to keep his only son at home. So the son said to him, "Dear father, you are so poor that I am only a burden to you. I would rather go out into the world and see if I can earn my own living." The father gave him his blessing and took leave of him with much sorrow. About this time the king of a very powerful kingdom was carrying on a war. The youth, therefore, took service under him and went on the campaign. When they came before the enemy, a battle took place. There was some hot fighting, and it rained bullets so thickly that his comrades fell around him on all sides. And when their leader fell too, the rest wished to take to flight. But the youth stepped forward and encouraged them and called out, "We must not let our country be ruined." Then others followed him, and he pressed on and defeated the enemy. When the king heard that he had to thank him alone for the victory, he raised him higher than anyone else in rank, gave him great treasures, and made him the first in the kingdom. The king had a daughter who was very beautiful, but she was also very capricious. She had made a vow to marry no one who would not promise her that if she died first, he would allow himself to be buried alive with her. "If he loves me truly," she used to say, "what use would life be to him then?" At the same time she was willing to do the same, and if he died first, to be buried with him. This curious vow had up to this time frightened away all suitors, but the young man was so captivated by her beauty that he hesitated at nothing, and asked her hand of her father. "Do you know," asked the king, "what you have to promise?" "I shall have to go into her grave with her," he answered, "if I outlive her. But my love is so great that I do not think of the risk." So the king consented, and the wedding was celebrated with great splendor. Now they lived for a long time very happily with one another, but then it came to pass that the young queen fell seriously ill, and no doctor could save her. And when she lay dead, the young king remembered what he had promised, and it made him shudder to think of lying in her grave alive, but there was no escape. The king had set guards before all the gates, and it was not possible to avoid his fate. When the day arrived on which the corpse was to be laid in the royal vault, he was led thither. Then the entrance was bolted and closed up. Near the coffin stood a table on which were placed 4 candles, 4 loaves of bread, and 4 bottles of wine. As soon as this provision came to an end, he would have to die. So he sat there, full of grief and misery, eating every day only a tiny bit of bread, and drinking only a mouthful of wine. And he watched death creeping nearer and nearer to him. One day, as he was sitting staring moodily in front of him, he saw a snake creep out of the corner towards the corpse. Thinking it was going to touch it, he drew his sword, and saying, "As long as I am alive, you shall not harm her," he cut it in 3 pieces. After a little time, a second snake crept out of the corner, but when it saw the first one lying dead and in pieces, it went back, and came again soon, holding 3 green leaves in its mouth. Then it took the 3 bits of the snake and laid them in order, and put one of the leaves on each wound. Immediately the pieces joined together, the snake moved itself and became alive, and then both hurried away. The leaves remained lying on the ground, and it suddenly occurred to the unfortunate man who had seen everything, that the wonderful power of the leaves might also be exercised upon a human being. So he picked up the leaves and laid one of them on the mouth, and the other 2 on the eyes of the dead woman. And scarcely had he done this before the blood began to circulate in her veins. Then it mounted and brought color back to her white face. Then she drew her breath, opened her eyes, and said, "Ah, where am I?" "You are with me, dear lady," he answered, and told her all that had happened, and how he had brought her to life again. He then gave her some wine and bread, and when all her strength had returned, she got up, and they went to the door and knocked and called so loudly that the guards heard them, and told the king. The king came himself to open the door, and there he found both happy and well, and he rejoiced with them that now all trouble was over. But the young king gave the 3 snake leaves to a servant, saying to him, "Keep them carefully for me, and always carry them with you. Who knows but that they may help us in a time of need?" It seemed, however, as if a change had come over the young queen after she had been restored to life, and as if all her love for her husband had faded from her heart. Some time afterwards, when he wanted to take a journey over the sea to see his old father, and they were on board the ship, she forgot the great love and faithfulness he had shown her, and how he had saved her from death, and fell in love with the captain. And one day, when the young king was lying asleep, she called the captain to her, and seized the head of the sleeping king, and made him take his feet, and together they threw him into the sea. When they had done this wicked deed, she said to him, "Now let us go home and say that he died on the journey. I will praise you so much to my father that he will marry me to you, and make you the heir to the throne." But the faithful servant, who had seen everything, let down a little boat into the sea, unobserved by them, and rowed after his master, while the traitors sailed on. He took the drowned man out of the water, and with the help of the 3 snake leaves which he carried with him, placing them on his mouth and eyes, he brought him to life again. They both rowed as hard as they could, night and day, and their little boat went so quickly that they reached the old king before the other 2 did. He was much astonished to see them come back alone, and asked what had happened to them. When he heard the wickedness of his daughter, he said, "I cannot believe that she has acted so wrongly, but the truth will soon come to light." He made them both go into a secret chamber, and let no one see them. Soon after this, the large ship came in, and the wicked lady appeared before her father with a very sad face. He said to her, "Why have you come back alone? Where is your husband?" "Ah, dear father," she replied, "I have come home in a great grief. My husband fell ill on the voyage quite suddenly and died, and if the good captain had not given me help I should have died too. He was at his deathbed and can tell you everything." The king said, "I will bring the dead to life again," and he opened the door of the room and called them both out. The lady was as if thunderstruck when she caught sight of her husband. She fell on her knees and begged for mercy. But the king said, "You shall have no mercy. He was ready to die with you, and restored you to life again, but you killed him when he was sleeping, and shall receive your deserts." So she and her accomplice were put in a ship which was bored through with holes, and were drawn out into the sea, where they soon perished in the waves. End of The Three Snake Leaves.
Section 37 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Riddle. A king's son once had a great desire to travel through the world, so he started off, taking no one with him but one trusty servant. One day he came to a great forest, and as evening drew on he could find no shelter, and could not think where to spend the night. All of a sudden he saw a girl going towards a little house, and as he drew nearer he remarked that she was both young and pretty. He spoke to her and said, "Dear child, could I and my servants spend the night in your house?" "Oh yes," said the girl in a sad tone, "you can if you like, but I should not advise you to do so. Better not go in." "Why not?" asked the king's son. The girl sighed and answered, "My stepmother deals in black arts, and she is not very friendly to strangers." The Prince guessed easily that he had fallen on a witch's house, but as by this time it was quite dark and he could go no further, and as moreover he was not at all afraid, he stepped in. An old woman sat in an armchair near the fire, and as the strangers entered she turned her red eyes on them. "Good evening," she muttered, and pretending to be quite friendly. "Won't you sit down?" She blew up the fire on which she was cooking something in a little pot, and her daughter secretly warned the travellers to be very careful not to eat or drink anything, as the old woman's brews were apt to be dangerous. They went to bed and slept soundly till morning. When they were ready to start, and the king's son had already mounted his horse, the old woman said, "Wait a minute, I must give you a stirrup cup." While she went to fetch it the king's son rode off, and the servant who had waited to tighten his saddle girths was alone when the witch returned. "Take that to your master," she said, but as she spoke the glass cracked and the poison spurted over the horse, and it was so powerful that the poor creature sank down dead. The servant ran after his master and told him what had happened, and then, not wishing to lose the saddle as well as the horse, he went back to fetch it. When he got to the spot he saw that a raven had perched on the carcass and was pecking at it. "Who knows whether we shall get anything better to eat to day?" said the servant, and he shot the raven and carried it off. Then they rode on all day through the forest without coming to the end. At nightfall they reached an inn which they entered, and the servant gave the landlord the raven to dress for their supper. Now, as it happened, this inn was a regular resort of a band of murderers, and the old witch too was in the habit of frequenting it. As soon as it was dark 12 murderers arrived, with the full intention of killing and robbing the strangers. Before they set to work, however, they sat down to table, and the landlord and the old witch joined them, and they all ate some broth in which the flesh of the raven had been stewed down. They had hardly taken a couple of spoonfuls when they all fell down dead, for the poison had passed from the horse to the raven, and so into the broth. So there was no one left belonging to the house but the landlord's daughter, who was a good, well-meaning girl, and had taken no part in all the evil doings. She opened all the doors, and showed the strangers the treasures the robbers had gathered together, but the Prince bade her keep them all for herself, as he wanted none of them, and so he rode further with his servant. After travelling about for some length of time, they reached a town where lived a lovely but most arrogant Princess. She had given out that any one who asked her a riddle which she found herself unable to guess should be her husband, but should she guess it, he must forfeit his head. She claimed 3 days in which to think over the riddles, but she was so very clever that she invariably guessed them in a much shorter time. 9 suitors had already lost their lives when the King's son arrived, and, dazzled by her beauty, determined to risk his life in hopes of winning her. So he came before her and propounded his riddle. 'What is this?' he asked. 'One slew none, and yet killed 12. She could not think what it was. She thought, and looked through all her books of riddles and puzzles, but she found nothing to help her, and could not guess. In fact, she was at her wits' end. As she could think of no way to guess the riddle, she ordered her maid to steal at night into the Prince's bedroom and to listen, for she thought that he might perhaps talk aloud in his dreams, and so betray the secret. But the clever servant had taken his master's place, and when the maid came he tore off the cloak she had wrapped herself in and hunted her off with a whip. On the second night the Princess sent her lady-in-waiting, hoping that she might succeed better, but the servant took away her mantle and chased her away also. On the third night the King's son thought he really might feel safe, so he went to bed, but in the middle of the night the Princess came herself, all huddled up in a misty grey mantle, and sat down near him. When she thought he was fast asleep, she spoke to him, hoping he would answer in the midst of his dreams, as many people do, but he was wide awake all the time, and heard and understood everything very well. Then she asked, 'One slew none, what is that?' And he answered, 'A raven, which fed on the carcass of a poisoned horse.' She went on, 'And yet killed 12, what is that?' 'Those are 12 murderers who ate the raven and died of it.' As soon as she knew the riddle she tried to slip away, but he held her mantle so tightly that she was obliged to leave it behind. Next morning the Princess announced that she had guessed the riddle, and sent for the 12 judges, before whom she declared it, but the young man begged to be heard too, and said, 'She came by night to question me, otherwise she never could have guessed it.' The judges said, 'Bring us some proof,' so the servant brought out the 3 cloaks, and when the judges saw the grey one, which the Princess was in the habit of wearing, they said, 'Let it be embroidered with gold and silver. It shall be your wedding mantle.' Grimm. End of the riddle. Recording by James O'Connor, Randolph, Massachusetts, October 2010.
Section 38 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Dang. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Jack my Hedgehog. There was once a farmer who lived in great comfort. He had both lands and money, but though he was so well off, one thing was wanting to complete his happiness. He had no children. Many and many a time, when he met other farmers at the nearest market town, they would tease him, asking how it came about that he was childless. At length he grew so angry that he exclaimed, "I must and will have a child of some sort or kind, even should it only be a hedgehog." Not long after his wife gave birth to a child, but though the lower half of the little creature was a fine boy, from the waist upwards it was a hedgehog, so that when his mother first saw him she was quite frightened, and said to her husband, "There now, you have cursed the child yourself." The farmer said, "What's the use of making a fuss? I suppose the creature must be christened, but I don't see how we are to ask anyone to be sponsor to him, and what are we to call him?" "There is nothing we can possibly call him but Jack my Hedgehog," replied the wife. So they took him to be christened, and the parson said, "You will never be able to put that child in a decent bed on account of his prickles," which was true, but they shook down some straw for him behind the stove, and there he lay for 8 years. His father grew very tired of him, and often wished him dead, but he did not die, and lay on there year after year. Now one day there was a big fair at the market town, to which the farmer meant to go, so he asked his wife what he should bring her from it. "Some meat and a couple of big loaves for the house," said she. Then he asked the maid what she wanted, and she said a pair of slippers and some stockings. Lastly he said, "Well, Jack my Hedgehog, and what shall I bring you?" "Daddy," said he, "do bring me a bagpipe." When the farmer came home he gave his wife and the maid the things they had asked for, and then he went behind the stove and gave Jack my Hedgehog the bagpipes. When Jack had got his bagpipes, he said, "Daddy, do you go to the smithy and have the house-cock shod for me. Then I'll ride off and trouble you no more." His father, who was delighted at the prospect of getting rid of him, had the cock shod, and when it was ready, Jack my Hedgehog mounted on its back and rode off to the forest, followed by all the pigs and asses which he had promised to look after. Having reached the forest, he made the cock fly up to the top of a very tall tree with him, and there he sat looking after his pigs and donkeys, and he sat on and on for several years till he had quite a big herd, but all this time his father knew nothing about him. As he sat up in his tree, he played away on his pipes, and drew the loveliest music from them. As he was playing one day, a king, who had lost his way, happened to pass close by, and hearing the music he was much surprised, and sent one of his servants to find out where it came from. The man peered about, but he could see nothing but a little creature which looked like a cock with a hedgehog sitting on it, perched up in a tree. The king desired the servant to ask the strange creature why it sat there, and if it knew the shortest way to his kingdom. On this Jack my Hedgehog stepped down from his tree, and said he would undertake to show the king his way home, if the king on his part would give him his written promise to let him have whatever first met him on his return. The king thought to himself, "That's easy enough to promise. The creature won't understand a word about it, so I can just write what I choose." So he took pen and ink and wrote something, and when he had done, Jack my Hedgehog pointed out the way, and the king got safely home. Now when the king's daughter saw her father returning in the distance, she was so delighted that she ran to meet him and threw herself into his arms. Then the king remembered Jack my Hedgehog, and he told his daughter how he had been obliged to give a written promise to bestow whatever he first met when he got home on an extraordinary creature which had shown him the way. The creature, said he, rode on a cock as though it had been a horse, and it made lovely music, but as it certainly could not read, he had just written that he would not give it anything at all. At this the princess was quite pleased, and said how cleverly her father had managed, for that, of course, nothing would induce her to have gone off with Jack my Hedgehog. Meantime, Jack minded his asses and pigs, sat aloft in his tree, played his bagpipes, and was always merry and cheery. After a time it so happened that another king, having lost his way, passed by with his servants and escort, wondering how he could find his way home, for the forest was very vast. He too heard the music, and told one of his men to find out whence it came. The man came under the tree, and looking up to the top there he saw Jack my Hedgehog astride on the cock. The servant asked Jack what he was doing up there. "I'm minding my pigs and donkeys, but what do you want?" was the reply. Then the servant told him they had lost their way and wanted someone to show it them. Down came Jack my Hedgehog with his cock, and he told the old king he would show him the right way if he would solemnly promise to give him the first thing he met in front of his royal castle. The king said yes, and gave Jack a written promise to that effect. Then Jack rode on in front, pointing out the way, and the king reached his own country in safety. Now he had an only daughter who was extremely beautiful, and who, delighted at her father's return, ran to meet him, threw her arms around his neck, and kissed him heartily. Then she asked where he had been wandering so long, and he told her how he had lost his way, and might never have reached home at all but for a strange creature, half man, half hedgehog, which rode a cock, and sat up in a tree making lovely music, and which had shown him the right way. He also told her how he had been obliged to pledge his word to give the creature the first thing which met him outside his castle gate, and he felt very sad at the thought that she had been the first thing to meet him. But the princess comforted him, and said she should be quite willing to go with Jack my Hedgehog whenever he came to fetch her, because of the great love she bore to her dear old father. Jack my Hedgehog continued to herd his pigs, and they increased in number till there were so many that the forest seemed full of them. So he made up his mind to live there no longer, and sent a message to his father, telling him to have all the stables and outhouses in the village cleared, as he was going to bring such an enormous herd that all who would might kill what they chose. His father was much vexed at this news, for he thought Jack had died long ago. Jack my Hedgehog mounted his cock, and driving his pigs before him into the village, he let every one kill as many as they chose, and such a hacking and hewing of pork went on as you might have heard from miles off. Then said Jack, "Daddy, let the blacksmith shoe my cock once more, then I'll ride off, and I promise you I'll never come back again as long as I live." So the father had the cock shod, and rejoiced at the idea of getting rid of his son. Then Jack the Hedgehog set off for the first kingdom, and there the king had given strict orders that if anyone should be seen riding a cock and carrying a bagpipe, he was to be chased away and shot at, and on no account to be allowed to enter the palace. So when Jack my Hedgehog rode up, the guards charged him with their bayonets, but he put spurs to his cock, flew up over the gate right to the king's windows, let himself down on the sill, and called out that if he was not given what had been promised him, both the king and his daughter should pay for it with their lives. Then the king coaxed and entreated his daughter to go with Jack and so save both their lives. The princess dressed herself all in white, and her father gave her a coach with 6 horses and servants in gorgeous liveries and quantities of money. She stepped onto the coach, and Jack my Hedgehog with his cock and pipes took his place beside her. They both took leave, and the king fully expected never to set eyes on them again. But matters turned out very differently from what he had expected, for when they had got a certain distance from the town, Jack tore all the princess's smart clothes off her, and pricked her all over with his bristles, saying, "That's what you get for treachery. Now go back, I'll have no more to say to you." And with that he hunted her home, and she felt she had been disgraced and put to shame till her life's end. Then Jack my Hedgehog rode on with his cock and bagpipes to the country of the second king, to whom he had shown the way. Now this king had given orders that, in the event of Jack's coming, the guards were to present arms, the people to cheer, and he was to be conducted in triumph to the royal palace. When the king's daughter saw Jack my Hedgehog, she was a good deal startled, for he certainly was very peculiar looking, but after all she considered that she had given her word and it couldn't be helped. So she made Jack welcome, and they were betrothed to each other, and at dinner he sat next to her at the royal table, and they ate and drank together. When they retired to rest, the princess feared lest Jack should kiss her because of his prickles, but he told her not to be alarmed, as no harm should befall her. Then he begged the old king to place a watch of 4 men just outside his bedroom door, and to desire them to make a big fire. When he was about to lie down in bed, he would creep out of his hedgehog skin, and leave it lying at the bedside. Then the men must rush in, throw the skin into the fire, and stand by till it was entirely burnt up. And so it was, for when it struck 11, Jack my Hedgehog went to his room, took off his skin, and left it at the foot of the bed. The men rushed in, quickly seized the skin and threw it on the fire, and directly it was all burnt. Jack was released from his enchantment and lay in his bed a man from head to foot, but quite black as though he had been severely scorched. The king sent off for his physician in ordinary, who washed Jack all over with various essences and salves, so that he became white and was a remarkably handsome young man. When the king's daughter saw him she was greatly pleased, and next day the marriage ceremony was performed, and the old king bestowed his kingdom on Jack my Hedgehog. After some years, Jack and his wife went to visit his father, but the farmer did not recognize him, and declared he had no son. He had had one, but that one was born with bristles like a hedgehog, and had gone off into the wide world. Then Jack told his story, and his old father rejoiced and returned to live with him in his kingdom. Grimm. End of Jack my Hedgehog. Recording by Michael Dang Damembar.
Section 39 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bologna Times. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Golden Lads. A poor man and his wife lived in a little cottage, where they supported themselves by catching fish in the nearest river, and got on as best they could, living from hand to mouth. One day it happened that when the fisherman drew in his net he found in it a remarkable fish, for it was entirely of gold. As he was inspecting it with some surprise, the fish opened its mouth and said, "Listen to me, fisher. If you will just throw me back into the water, I'll turn your poor little cottage into a splendid castle." The fisher replied, "What good, pray, will a castle be to me, if I have nothing to eat in it?" "Oh," said the goldfish, "I'll take care of that. There will be a cupboard in the castle, in which you will find dishes of every kind of food you can wish for most." "If that's the case," said the man, "I've no objection to oblige you." "Yes," observed the fish, "but there is one condition attached to my offer, and that is that you are not to reveal to a soul where your good fortune comes from. If you say a word about it, it will all vanish." The man threw the fish back into the water and went home, but on the spot where his cottage used to stand he found a spacious castle. He opened his eyes wide, went in, and found his wife dressed out in smart clothes, sitting in a splendidly furnished drawing-room. She was in high spirits, and cried out, "Oh, husband, how can this all have happened? I am so pleased." "Yes," said her husband, "so am I pleased, but I'm uncommonly hungry, and I want something to eat at once." Said his wife, "I've got nothing, and I don't know where anything is in this new house." "Never mind," replied the man, "I see a big cupboard there. Suppose you unlock it." When the cupboard was opened they found meat, cakes, fruit, and wine, all spread out in the most tempting fashions. The wife clapped her hands with joy, and cried, "Dear heart, what more can one wish for?" And they sat down and ate and drank. When they had finished, the wife asked, "But, husband, where do all these riches come from?" "Ah," said he, "don't ask me. I dare not tell you. If I reveal the secret to anyone, it will be all up with us." "Very well," she replied. "If I'm not to be told, of course I don't want to know anything about it." But she was not really in earnest, for her curiosity never left her a moment's peace by day or night, and she teased and worried her husband to such a pitch that at length he quite lost patience, and blurted out that it all came from a wonderful golden fish which he had caught and set free again. Hardly were the words well out of his mouth when castle, cupboard, and all vanished, and there they were sitting in their poor little fishing hut once more. The man had to betake himself to his former trade, and set to fishing again. As luck would have it, he caught the golden fish a second time. "Now listen," said the fish. "If you'll throw me back into the water, I'll give you back the castle and the cupboard with all its good things. But now take care, and don't for your life betray where you got them, or you'll just lose them again." "I'll be very careful," promised the fisher, and threw the fish back into the water. When he went home he found all their former splendor restored, and his wife overjoyed at their good fortune. But her curiosity still continued to torment her, and after restraining it with a great effort for a couple of days, she began questioning her husband again as to what had happened and how he had managed. The man kept silence for some time, but at last she irritated him so much that he burst out with the secret, and in one moment the castle was gone, and they sat once more in their wretched old hut. "There!" exclaimed the man. "You would have it. Now we may just go on short commons." "Ah," said his wife, "after all, I'd rather not have all the riches in the world if I can't know where they come from. I shall not have a moment's peace." The man took to his fishing again, and one day fate brought the gold fish into his net for the third time. "Well," said the fish, "I see that I am evidently destined to fall into your hands. Now take me home, and cut me into 6 pieces. Give 2 bits to your wife to eat, 2 to your horse, and plant the remaining 2 in your garden, and they will bring you a blessing." The man carried the fish home, and did exactly as he had been told. After a time it came to pass that from the 2 pieces he had planted in the garden 2 golden lilies grew up, and that his horse had 2 golden foals, whilst his wife gave birth to twin boys who were all golden. The children grew up both tall and handsome, and the foals and the lilies grew with them. One day the children came to their father and said, "Father, we want to mount on golden steeds and ride forth to see the world." Their father answered sadly, "How can I bear it if, when you are far away, I know nothing about you?" And they said, "The golden lilies will tell you all about us if you look at them. If they seem to droop, you will know we are ill, and if they fall down and fade away, it will be a sign we are dead." So off they rode, and came to an inn where were a number of people, who, as soon as they saw the 2 golden lads, began to laugh and jeer at them. When one of them heard this, his heart failed him, and he thought he would go no further into the world, so he turned back and rode home to his father. But his brother rode on till he reached the outskirts of a huge forest. Here, he was told, "It will never do for you to ride through the forest. It is full of robbers, and you're sure to come to grief, especially when they see that you and your horse are golden. They will certainly fall on you and kill you." However, he was not to be intimidated, but said, "I must and will ride on." So he procured some bears' skins, and covered himself and his horse with them, so that not a particle of gold could be seen, and then rode bravely on into the heart of the forest. When he had got some way, he heard a rustling through the bushes, and presently a sound of voices. Someone whispered on one side of him, "There goes someone," and was answered from the other side, "Oh, let him pass. He's only a bear keeper, and as poor as any church mouse." So Golden Lad rode through the forest, and no harm befell him. One day he came to a village, where he saw a girl who struck him as being the loveliest creature in the whole world, and as he felt a great love for her, he went up to her and said, "I love you with all my heart. Will you be my wife?" And the girl liked him so much that she put her hand in his and replied, "Yes, I will be your wife, and will be true to you as long as I live." So they were married, and in the middle of all the festivities and rejoicings the bride's father came home, and was not a little surprised at finding his daughter celebrating her wedding. He inquired, "And who is the bridegroom?" Then someone pointed out to him the golden lad, who was still wrapped up in the bear's skin, and the father exclaimed angrily, "Never shall a mere bear-keeper have my daughter!" and tried to rush at him and kill him. But the bride did all she could to pacify him, and begged hard, saying, "After all, he is my husband, and I love him with all my heart," so that at length he gave in. However, he could not dismiss the thought from his mind, and next morning he rose very early, for he felt he must go and look at his daughter's husband, and see whether he really was nothing better than a mere ragged beggar. So he went to his son-in-law's room, and who should he see lying in the bed but a splendid golden man, and the rough bearskin thrown on the ground close by. Then he slipped quietly away, and thought to himself, "How lucky that I managed to control my rage! I should certainly have committed a great crime." Meantime the golden lad dreamt that he was out hunting, and was giving chase to a noble stag, and when he woke he said to his bride, "I must go off and hunt." She felt very anxious, and begged he would stay at home, adding, "Some mishap might so easily befall you." But he answered, "I must and will go." So he went off into the forest, and before long a fine stag, such as he had seen in his dream, stopped just in front of him. He took aim, and was about to fire when the stag bounded away. Then he started off in pursuit, making his way through bushes and briars, and never stopped all day. But in the evening the stag entirely disappeared, and when Golden Lad came to look about him, he found himself just opposite a hut in which lived a witch. He knocked at the door, which was opened by a little old woman, who asked, "What do you want at this late hour in the midst of this great forest?" He said, "Haven't you seen a stag about here?" "Yes," said she, "I know the stag well." And as she spoke a little dog ran out of the house and began barking and snapping at the stranger. "Be quiet, you little toad," he cried, "or I'll shoot you dead." Then the witch flew into a great rage, and screamed out, "What! You killed my dog, will you?" And the next moment he was turned to stone, and lay there immovable, whilst his bride waited for him in vain, and thought to herself, "Alas! no doubt the evil I feared, and which has made my heart so heavy, has befallen him." Meantime the other brother was standing near the golden lilies at home, when suddenly one of them bent over and fell to the ground. "Good heavens!" cried he, "some great misfortune has befallen my brother. I must set off at once. Perhaps I may still be in time to save him." His father entreated him, "Stay at home. If I should lose you too, what would become of me?" But his son replied, "I must and will go." Then he mounted his golden horse, and rode off till he reached the forest, where his brother lay transformed to stone. The old witch came out of her house and called to him, for she would gladly have cast her spells on him too, but he took care not to go near her, and called out, "Restore my brother to life at once, or I'll shoot you down on the spot." Reluctantly she touched the stone with her finger, and in a moment it resumed its human shape. The two golden lads fell into each other's arms and kissed each other with joy, and then rode off together to the edge of the forest, where they parted, one to return to his old father, and the other to his bride. When the former got home, his father said, "I knew you had delivered your brother, for all of a sudden the golden lily reared itself up and burst into blossom." Then they all lived happily to their lives' ends, and all things went well with them. End of The Golden Lads.
Section 40 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. James O'Connor. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The White Snake. Not very long ago there lived a king, the fame of whose wisdom was spread far and wide. Nothing appeared to be unknown to him, and it really seemed as if tidings of the most secret matters must be borne to him by the winds. He had one very peculiar habit. Every day after the dinner table had been cleared and every one had retired, a confidential servant brought in a dish. It was covered, and neither the servant nor anyone else had any idea what was on it, for the King never removed the cover or partook of the dish till he was quite alone. This went on for some time till, one day, the servant who removed the dish was so overcome with curiosity that he could not resist carrying it off to his own room. After carefully locking the door, he lifted the cover, and there he saw a white snake lying on the dish. On seeing it he could not restrain his desire to taste it, so he cut off a small piece and put it in his mouth. Hardly had it touched his tongue than he heard a strange sort of whispering of tiny voices outside his window. He stepped to the casement to listen, and found that the sound proceeded from the sparrows, who were talking together and telling each other all they had seen in the fields and woods. The piece of the white snake which he had eaten had enabled him to understand the language of animals. Now on this particular day it so happened that the Queen lost her favourite ring, and suspicion fell on the confidential servant who had access to all parts of the palace. The King sent for him and threatened him angrily, saying that if he had not found the thief by the next day he should himself be taken up and tried. It was useless to assert his innocence. He was dismissed without ceremony. In his agitation and distress he went down to the yard to think over what he could do in this trouble. Here were a number of ducks resting near a little stream, and pluming themselves with their bills, whilst they kept up an animated conversation amongst themselves. The servant stood still listening to them. They were talking of where they had been waddling about all the morning, and of the good food they had found, but one of them remarked rather sadly, "There's something lying very heavy on my stomach, for in my haste I've swallowed a ring which was lying just under the Queen's window." No sooner did the servant hear this than he seized the duck by the neck, carried it off to the kitchen, and said to the cook, "Suppose you kill this duck. You see she's nice and fat." "Yes, indeed," said the cook, weighing the duck in his hand. "She certainly has spared no pains to stuff herself well, and must have been waiting for the spit for some time." So he chopped off her head, and when she was opened there was the Queen's ring in her stomach. It was easy enough now for the servant to prove his innocence, and the King, feeling he had done him an injustice and anxious to make some amends, desired him to ask any favour he chose, and promised to give him the highest post at Court he could wish for. The servant, however, declined everything, and only begged for a horse and some money to enable him to travel, as he was anxious to see something of the world. When his request was granted he set off on his journey, and in the course of it he one day came to a large pond, on the edge of which he noticed 3 fishes which had got entangled in the reeds and were gasping for water. Though fish are generally supposed to be quite mute, he heard them grieving aloud at the prospect of dying in this wretched manner. Having a very kind heart, he dismounted and soon set the prisoners free and in the water once more. They flapped with joy, and stretching up their heads cried to him, "We will remember, and reward you for saving us." He rode further, and after a while he thought he heard a voice in the sand under his feet. He paused to listen, and heard the King of the Ants complaining, "If only men with their awkward beasts would keep clear of us! That stupid horse is crushing my people mercilessly to death with his great hoofs." The servant at once turned into a side path, and the Ant King called after him, "We'll remember and reward you." The road next led through a wood, where he saw a father and a mother raven standing by their nest and throwing out their young. "Away with you, you young rascals!" they cried. "We can't feed you any longer. You are quite big enough to support yourselves now." The poor little birds lay on the ground flapping and beating their wings, and shrieked, "We poor helpless children! Feed ourselves indeed! Why, we can't even fly yet! What can we do but die of hunger?" Then the kind youth dismounted, drew his sword, and, killing his horse, left it there as food for the young ravens. They hopped up, satisfied their hunger, and piped, "We'll remember and reward you." He was now obliged to trust to his own legs, and after walking a long way he reached a big town. Here he found a great crowd and much commotion in the streets, and a herald rode about announcing, "The King's daughter seeks a husband, but whoever would woo her must first execute a difficult task, and if he does not succeed he must be content to forfeit his life." Many had risked their lives, but in vain. When the youth saw the King's daughter, he was so dazzled by her beauty that he forgot all idea of danger, and went to the King to announce himself a suitor. On this he was led out to a large lake, and a gold ring was thrown into it before his eyes. The King desired him to dive after it, adding, "If you return without it, you will be thrown back into the lake time after time till you are drowned in its depths." Everyone felt sorry for the handsome young fellow, and left him alone on the shore. There he stood thinking and wondering what he could do, when all of a sudden he saw 3 fishes swimming along, and recognized them as the very same whose lives he had saved. The middle fish held a mussel in its mouth, which it laid at the young man's feet, and when he picked it up and opened it, there was the golden ring inside. Full of delight he brought it to the King's daughter, expecting to receive his promised reward. The haughty Princess, however, on hearing that he was not her equal by birth, despised him, and exacted the fulfilment of a second task. She went into the garden, and with her own hands she strewed 10 sacks full of millet all over the grass. "He must pick all that up to morrow morning before sunrise," she said. "Not a grain must be lost." The youth sat down in the garden and wondered how it would be possible for him to accomplish such a task, but he could think of no expedient, and sat there sadly expecting to meet his death at daybreak. But when the first rays of the rising sun fell on the garden, he saw the 10 sacks all completely filled, standing there in a row, and not a single grain missing. The Ant King, with his thousands and thousands of followers, had come during the night, and the grateful creatures had industriously gathered all the millet together and put it in the sacks. The King's daughter came down to the garden herself, and saw to her amazement that her suitor had accomplished the task she had given him. But even now she could not bend her proud heart, and she said, "Though he has executed these 2 tasks, yet he shall not be my husband till he brings me an apple from the tree of life." The young man did not even know where the Tree of Life grew, but he set off, determined to walk as far as his legs would carry him, though he had no hope of ever finding it. After journeying through 3 different kingdoms, he reached a wood one night, and lying down under a tree prepared to go to sleep there. Suddenly he heard a sound in the boughs, and a golden apple fell right into his hand. At the same moment 3 ravens flew down to him, perched on his knee, and said, "We are the 3 young ravens whom you saved from starvation. When we grew up and heard you were searching for the golden apple, we flew far away over the seas to the end of the world, where the Tree of Life grows, and fetched the golden apple for you." Full of joy, the young man started on his way back, and brought the golden apple to the lovely Princess, whose objections were now entirely silenced. They divided the apple of life and ate it together, and her heart grew full of love for him, so they lived together to a great age in undisturbed happiness. Grimm. End of The White Snake. Recording by James O'Connor. Randolph, Massachusetts, October 2010.
Section 41 of The Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aubrey Kirkham. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Story of a Clever Tailor. Once upon a time there lived an exceedingly proud princess. If any suitor for her hand ventured to present himself, she would give him some riddle or conundrum to guess, and if he failed to do so, he was hunted out of the town with scorn and derision. She gave out publicly that all comers were welcome to try their skill, and that whoever could solve her riddle should be her husband. Now it happened that 3 tailors had met together, and the 2 elder thought that after having successfully put in so many fine and strong stitches, with never a wrong one amongst them, they were certain to do the right thing here too. The 3rd tailor was a lazy young scamp who did not even know his own trade properly, but who thought that surely luck would stand by him now, just for once, for, if not, what was to become of him? The 2 others said to him, "You just stay at home. You'll never get on much with your small allowance of brains." But the little tailor was not to be daunted, and he said he had set his mind on it and meant to shift for himself, so off he started as though the whole world belonged to him. The 3 tailors arrived at court, where they had themselves duly presented to the princess, and begged she would propound her riddles. "For," said they, "here were the right men at last, with wits so sharp and fine you might almost thread a needle with them." Then said the princess, "I have on my head 2 different kinds of hair. Of what colours are they?" "If that's all," said the first tailor, "they are most likely black and white, like the kind of cloth we call pepper and salt." "Wrong," said the princess. "Then," said the second tailor, "if they are not black and white, no doubt they are red and brown, like my father's Sunday coat." "Wrong again," said the princess. "Now let the third speak. I see he thinks he knows all about it." Then the young tailor stepped boldly to the front and said, "The princess has 1 silver and 1 golden hair on her head, and those are the 2 colours." When the princess heard this she turned quite pale and almost fainted away with fear, for the little tailor had hit the mark, and she had firmly believed that not a soul could guess it. When she had recovered herself, she said, "Don't fancy you have won me yet. There's something else you must do first. Below in the stable is a bear with whom you must spend the night. and if when I get up in the morning I find you still alive, you shall marry me." She quite expected to rid herself of the tailor in this way, for the bear had never left anyone alive who had once come within reach of his claws. The tailor, however, had no notion of being scared, but said cheerily, "Bravely dared is half won." When evening came on he was taken to the stable. The bear tried to get at him once, and to give him a warm welcome with his great paws. "Gently, gently," said the tailor, "I'll soon teach you to be quiet." And he coolly drew a handful of walnuts from his pocket and began cracking and eating them as though he had not a care or anxiety in the world. When the bear saw this he began to long for some nuts himself. The tailor dived into his pocket and gave him a handful, but they were pebbles, not nuts. The bear thrust them into his mouth, but try as he might he could not manage to crack them. "Dear me," thought he, "what a stupid fool I must be, can't even crack a nut." And he said to the tailor, "I say, crack my nuts for me, will you?" "You're a nice sort of fellow," said the tailor. "The idea of having those great jaws and not being able even to crack a walnut." So he took the stone, quickly changed it for a nut, and crack! It split open in a moment. "Let me try again," said the bear. "When I see the thing done, it looks so easy I fancy I must be able to manage it myself." So the tailor gave him some more pebbles, and the bear bit and gnawed away as hard as he could, but I need hardly say that he did not succeed in cracking one of them. Presently the tailor took out a little fiddle and began playing on it. When the bear heard the music he could not help dancing, and after he had danced some time he was so pleased that he said to the tailor, "I say, is fiddling difficult?" "Mere child's play," replied the tailor. "Look here. You press the strings with the fingers of the left hand, and with the right you draw the bow across them. So. Then it goes as easily as possible, up and down, tra-la-la-la-la." "Oh," cried the bear, "I do wish I could play like that. Then I could dance whenever the fancy took me. What do you think? Would you give me some lessons?" "With all my heart," said the tailor, "if you were sharp about it. But just let me look at your paws. Whew, dear me, your nails are terribly long. I must really cut them first." Then he fetched a pair of stalks, and the bear laid his paws on them, and the tailor screwed them up tight. "Now just wait while I fetch my scissors," said he, and left the bear growling away to his heart's content, whilst he lay down in a corner and fell fast asleep. When the Princess heard the bear growling so loud that night, she made sure he was roaring with delight as he worried the tailor. Next morning she rose feeling quite cheerful and free from care, but when she looked across towards the stables, there stood the tailor in front of the door looking as fresh and lively as a fish in the water. After this it was impossible to break the promise she had made so publicly, so the king ordered out the state coach to take her and the tailor to church to be married. As they were starting, the two bad-hearted other tailors, who were envious of the younger one's happiness, went to the stable and unscrewed the bear. Off he tore after the carriage, foaming with rage. The Princess heard his puffing and roaring, and growing frightened, she cried, "Oh dear! The bear is after us and will certainly catch us up." The tailor remained quite unmoved. He quietly stood on his head, stuck his legs out at the carriage window, and called out to the bear, "Do you see my stalks? If you don't go home this minute I'll screw you tight into them." When the bear saw and heard this, he turned right around and ran off as fast as his legs would carry them. The tailor drove on unmolested to church, where he and the Princess were married, and he lived with her many years as happy and merry as a lark. Whoever does not believe this story must pay $1. Grimm. End of The Story of a Clever Tailor by Andrew Lang. Recording by Aubrey Kirkham.
Section 42 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Saranka. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Golden Mermaid. A powerful king had, among many other treasures, a wonderful tree in his garden, which bore every year beautiful golden apples. But the king was never able to enjoy his treasure, for he might watch and guard them as he liked. As soon as they began to get ripe, they were always stolen. At last, in despair, he sent for his 3 sons, and said to the 2 eldest, "Get yourselves ready for a journey. Take gold and silver with you, and a large retinue of servants, as beseems 2 noble princes, and go through the world till you find out who it is that steals my golden apples. And if possible, bring the thief to me, that I may punish him as he deserves." His sons were delighted at this proposal, for they had long wished to see something of the world. So they got ready for their journey with all haste, bade their father farewell, and left the town. The youngest prince was much disappointed that he too was not sent out on his travels. But his father wouldn't hear of his going, for he had always been looked upon as the stupid one of the family, and the king was afraid of something happening to him. But the prince begged and implored so long that at last his father consented to let him go, and furnished him with gold and silver as he had done his brothers. But he gave the most wretched horse in the stable, because the foolish youth hadn't asked for a better. So he too set out on his journey to secure the thief, amid the jeers and laughter of the whole court and town. His path led him first through a wood, and he hadn't gone very far when he met a lean-looking wolf, who stood still as he approached. The prince asked him if he were hungry, and when the wolf said he was, he got down from his horse and said, "If you are really as you say and look, you may take my horse and eat it." The wolf didn't wait to have the offer repeated, but set to work and soon made an end of the poor beast. When the prince saw how different the wolf looked when he had finished his meal, he said to him, "Now, my friend, since you have eaten up my horse, and I have such a long way to go, that, with the best will in the world, I couldn't manage it on foot, the least you can do for me is to act as my horse, and to take me on your back." "Most certainly," said the wolf, and letting the prince mount him, he trotted gaily through the woods. After they had gone a little way, he turned round and asked his rider where he wanted to go, and the prince proceeded to tell him the whole story of the golden apples that had been stolen out of the king's garden, and how his other 2 brothers had set forth with many followers to find the thief. When he had finished the story, the wolf, who was in reality no wolf but a mighty magician, said he thought he could tell him who the thief was, and could help him to secure him. "There lives," he said, "in a neighboring country a mighty emperor, who has a beautiful golden bird in a cage, and this is the creature who steals the golden apples, but it flies so fast that it is impossible to catch it at its theft. You must slip into the emperor's palace by night, and steal the bird with the cage, but be very careful not to touch the walls as you go out." The following night the prince stole into the emperor's palace, and found the bird in its cage as the wolf had told him he would. He took hold of it carefully, but in spite of all his caution he touched the wall in trying to pass by some sleeping watchmen. They awoke at once, and seizing him, beat him and put him into chains. Next day he was led before the emperor, who had once condemned him to death and to be thrown into a dark dungeon till the day of his execution arrived. The wolf, who of course knew by his magic arts all that had happened to the prince, turned himself at once into a mighty monarch with a large train of followers, and proceeded to the court of the emperor, where he was received with every show of honor. The emperor and he conversed on many subjects, and among other things the stranger asked his host if he had many slaves. The emperor told him he had more than he knew what to do with, and that a new one had been captured that very night for trying to steal his magic bird, but that as he had already more than enough to feed and support, he was going to have this last captive hanged next morning. "He must have been a most daring thief," said the king, "to try to steal the magic bird, for depend upon it the creature must have been well guarded. I would really like to see this bold rascal." "By all means," said the emperor, and he himself led his guest down to the dungeon where the unfortunate prince was kept prisoner. When the emperor stepped out of the cell with the king, the latter turned to him and said, "Most mighty emperor, I have been much disappointed. I had thought to find a powerful robber, and instead of that I have seen the most miserable creature I can imagine. Hanging is far too good for him. If I had to sentence him, I should make him perform some very difficult task under pain of death. If he did it, so much the better for you, and if he didn't, matters would just be as they are now, and he could still be hanged." "Your counsel," said the emperor, "is excellent, and as it happens, I've got the very thing for him to do. My nearest neighbor, who is also a mighty emperor, possesses a golden horse which he guards most carefully. The prisoner shall be told to steal this horse and bring it to me." The prince was then let out of his dungeon, and told his life would be spared if he succeeded in bringing the golden horse to the emperor. He did not feel very elated at this announcement, for he did not know how in the world he was to set about the task, and he started on his way weeping bitterly, and wondering what had made him leave his father's house and kingdom. But before he had gone far, his friend the wolf stood before him and said, "Dear prince, why are you so cast down? It is true you didn't succeed in catching the bird, but don't let that discourage you, for this time you will be all the more careful, and will doubtless catch the horse." With these and like words the wolf comforted the prince, and warned him specially not to touch the wall or let the horse touch it as he was let out, or he would fail in the same way as he had done with the bird. After a somewhat lengthy journey the prince and the wolf came to the kingdom ruled over by the emperor, who possessed the golden horse. One evening late they reached the capital. The wolf advised the prince to set to work at once, before their presence in the city had aroused the watchfulness of the guards. They slipped unnoticed into the emperor's stable, and into the very place where there were the most guards, for there the wolf rightly surmised they would find the horse. When they came to a certain inner door, the wolf told the prince to remain outside while he went in. In a short time he returned and said, "My dear prince, the horse is most securely watched, but I have bewitched all the guards, and if you will only be careful not to touch the wall yourself or let the horse touch it as you go out, there is no danger and the game is yours." The prince, who had made up his mind to be more than cautious this time, went cheerfully to work. He found all the guards fast asleep, and slipping into the horse's stall, he seized it by the bridle and let it out. But unfortunately, before they had got quite clear of the stables, a gadfly stung the horse and caused it to switch its tail, whereby it touched the wall. In a moment all the guards awoke, seized the prince, and beat him mercilessly with their horse-whips, after which they bound him with chains and flung him into a dungeon. Next morning they brought him before the emperor, who treated him exactly as the king with the golden bird had done, and commanded him to be beheaded on the following day. When the wolf magician saw that the prince had failed this time too, he transformed himself again into a mighty king, and proceeded with an even more gorgeous retinue than the first time to the court of the emperor. He was courteously received and entertained, and once more after dinner he led the conversation on to the subject of slaves, and in the course of it again requested to be allowed to see the bold robber who had dared to break into the emperor's stable to steal his most valuable possession. The emperor consented, and all happened exactly as it had done at the court of the emperor with the golden bird. The prisoner's life was to be spared only on condition that within 3 days he should obtain possession of the golden mermaid, whom hitherto no mortal had ever approached. Very depressed by his dangerous and difficult task, the prince left his gloomy prison, but to his great joy he met his friend the wolf before he had gone many miles on his journey. The cunning creature pretended he knew nothing of what had happened to the prince, and asked him how he had fared with the horse. The prince told him all about his misadventure, and the condition on which the emperor had promised to spare his life. Then the wolf reminded him that he had twice got him out of prison, and that if he would only trust in him and do exactly as he told him, he would certainly succeed in this last undertaking. Thereupon they bent their steps towards the sea, which stretched out before them as far as their eyes could see, all the waves dancing and glittering in the bright sunshine. "Now," continued the wolf, "I am going to turn myself into a boat full of the most beautiful silken merchandise, and you must jump boldly into the boat and steer with my tail in your hand, right out into the open sea. You will soon come upon the Golden Mermaid. Whatever you do, don't follow her if she calls you, but on the contrary say to her, 'The buyer comes to the seller, not the seller to the buyer,' after which you must steer towards land, and she will follow you, for she won't be able to resist the beautiful wares you have on board your ship." The prince promised faithfully to do all he had been told, whereupon the wolf changed himself into a ship full of the most exquisite silks, of every shape and color imaginable. The astonished prince stepped into the boat, and holding the wolf's tail in his hand, he steered boldly out into the open sea, where the sun was gilding the blue waves with its golden rays. Soon he saw the Golden Mermaid swimming near the ship, beckoning and calling him to follow her. But mindful of the wolf's warning, he told her in a loud voice that if she wished to buy anything she must come to him. With these words he turned his magic ship round and steered back towards the land. The mermaid called out to him to stand still, but he refused to listen to her, and never paused till he reached the sand of the shore. Here he stopped and waited for the mermaid, who had swum after him. When she drew near the boat, he saw that she was far more beautiful than any mortal he had ever beheld. She swam round the ship for some time, and then swung herself gracefully on board in order to examine the beautiful silken stuffs more closely. Then the prince seized her in his arms, and kissing her tenderly on the cheeks and lips, he told her she was his forever. At the same time the boat turned into a wolf again, which so terrified the mermaid that she clung to the prince for protection. So the Golden Mermaid was successfully caught, and she soon felt quite happy in her new life, when she saw she had nothing to fear either from the prince or the wolf. She rode on the back of the latter, and the prince rode behind her. When they reached the country ruled over by the emperor with the golden horse, the prince jumped down, and helping the mermaid to alight, he led her to the emperor. At the sight of the beautiful mermaid, and of the grim wolf, who stuck close to the prince this time, the guards all made respectful obeisance, and soon the three stood before his imperial majesty. When the emperor heard from the prince how he had gained possession of his fair prize, he at once recognized that he had been helped by some magic art, and on the spot gave up all claim to the beautiful mermaid. "Dear youth," he said, "forgive me for my shameful conduct to you, and as a sign that you pardon me, accept the golden horse as a present. I acknowledge your power to be greater even than I can understand, for you have succeeded in gaining possession of the Golden Mermaid, whom hitherto no mortal has ever been able to approach." Then they all sat down to a huge feast, and the prince had to relate his adventure all over again, to the wonder and astonishment of the whole company. But the prince was wearying now to return to his own kingdom, so as soon as the feast was over he took farewell of the emperor, and set out on his homeward way. He lifted the mermaid onto the golden horse, and swung himself up behind her, and so they rode on merrily, with the wolf trotting behind, till they came to the country of the emperor with the golden bird. The renown of the prince and his adventures had gone before him, and the emperor sat on his throne awaiting the arrival of the prince and his companions. When the three rode into the courtyard of the palace, They were surprised and delighted to find everything festively illuminated and decorated for the reception. When the Prince and the Golden Mermaid, with the wolf behind them, mounted the steps of the palace, the Emperor came forward to meet them, and led them to the throne room. At the same moment a servant appeared with the golden bird in its golden cage, and the Emperor begged the Prince to accept it with his love and to forgive him the indignity he had suffered at his hands. Then the Emperor bent low before the beautiful mermaid, and offering her his arm, he led her in to dinner, closely followed by the Prince and her friend the wolf, the latter seating himself at the table, not the least embarrassed that no one had invited him to do so. As soon as the sumptuous meal was over, the Prince and his mermaid took leave of the Emperor, and seating themselves on the golden horse, continued their homeward journey. On the way the wolf turned to the Prince and said, "Dear friends, I must now bid you farewell, but I leave you under such happy circumstances that I cannot feel our parting will be a sad one." The Prince was very unhappy when he heard these words, and begged the wolf to stay with them always, but this the good creature refused to do, though he thanked the Prince kindly for his invitation, and called out as he disappeared into the thicket, "Should any evil befall you, dear Prince, at any time, you may rely on my friendship and gratitude." These were the wolf's parting words, and the Prince could not restrain his tears when he saw his friend vanishing in the distance, but one glance at his beloved mermaid soon cheered him up again, and they continued their journey merrily. The news of his son's adventures had already reached his father's court, and everyone was more astonished at the success of the once despised prince. His elder brothers, who had in vain gone in pursuit of the thief of the golden apples, were furious over their younger brother's good fortune, and plotted and planned how they were to kill him. They hid themselves in the wood through which the Prince had to pass on his way to the palace, and there fell on him, and having beaten him to death, they carried off the golden horse and the golden bird, but nothing they could do would persuade the Golden Mermaid to go with them, or move from the spot, for ever since she had left the sea she had so attached herself to the Prince that she had nothing else than to live or die with him. For many weeks the poor mermaid sat and watched over the dead body of her lover, weeping salt tears over his loss, when suddenly one day their old friend the wolf appeared, and said, "Cover the Prince's body with all the leaves and flowers you can find in the wood." The maiden did as he told her, and then the wolf breathed over the flowery grave, and lo and behold, the Prince lay there sleeping as peacefully as a child. "Now you may wake him if you like," said the wolf. And the mermaid bent over him and gently kissed the wounds his brothers had made on his forehead. And the Prince awoke, and you may imagine how delighted he was to find his beautiful mermaid beside him, though he felt a little depressed when he thought of the loss of the golden bird and the golden horse. After a time the wolf, who had likewise fallen on the Prince's neck, advised them to continue their journey, and once more the Prince and his lovely bride mounted on the faithful beast's back. The king's joy was great when he embraced his youngest son, for he had long since despaired of his return. He received the wolf and the beautiful golden mermaid most cordially too, and the Prince was made to tell his adventures all over from the beginning. The poor old father grew very sad when he heard of the shameful conduct of his elder sons, and had them called before him. They turned as white as death when they saw their brother, whom they thought they had murdered, standing beside them, alive and well, and so startled were they that when the king asked them why they had behaved so wickedly to their brother, they could think of no lie, but confessed at once that they had slain the young Prince in order to obtain possession of the golden horse and the golden bird. Their father's wrath knew no bounds, and he ordered them both to be banished, but he could not do enough to honor his youngest son, and his marriage with the beautiful mermaid was celebrated with much pomp and magnificence. When the festivities were over, the wolf bade them all farewell, and returned once more to his life in the woods, much to the regret of the old king and the young Prince and his bride. So ended the adventures of the Prince with his friend the wolf. Grimm. End of The Golden Mermaid, Recording by Elizabeth Saranka.
Section 43 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The War of the Wolf and the Fox. There was once upon a time a man and his wife who had an old cat and an old dog. One day the man, whose name was Simon, said to his wife, whose name was Susan, "Why should we keep our old cat any longer? She never catches any mice nowadays, and is so useless that I have made up my mind to drown her." But his wife replied, "Don't do that, for I'm sure she could still catch mice." "Rubbish," said Simon. "The mice might dance on her, and she would never catch one. I've quite made up my mind that the next time I see her I shall put her in the water." Susan was very unhappy when she heard this, and so was the cat, who had been listening to the conversation behind the stove. When Simon went off to his work, the poor cat meowed so pitifully and looked up so pathetically into Susan's face that the woman quickly opened the door and said, "Fly for your life, my poor little beast, and get well away from here before your master returns." The cat took her advice and ran as quickly as her poor old legs would carry her into the wood, and when Simon came home his wife told him that the cat had vanished. "So much the better for her," said Simon, "and now we have got rid of her we must consider what we are to do with the old dog. He is quite deaf and blind, and invariably barks when there is no need, and makes no sound when there is. I think the best thing I can do with him is to hang him." But soft-hearted Susan replied, "Please don't do so. He's surely not so useless as all that." "Don't be foolish," said her husband. "The courtyard might be full of thieves, and he'd never discover it. No, the first time I see him, it's all up with him, I can tell you." Susan was very unhappy at his words, and so was the dog, who was lying in the corner of the room and had heard everything. As soon as Simon had gone to his work, he stood up and howled so touchingly that Susan quickly opened the door and said, "Fly for your life, poor beast, before your master gets home," and the dog ran into the wood with his tail between his legs. When her husband returned, his wife told him that the dog had disappeared. "That's lucky for him," said Simon, but Susan sighed, for she had been very fond of the poor creature. Now it happened that the cat and dog met each other on their travels, and though they had not been the best of friends at home, they were quite glad to meet among strangers. They sat down under a holly tree, and both poured forth their woes. Presently a fox passed by, and seeing the pair sitting together in disconsolate fashion, he asked them why they sat there, and what they were grumbling about. The cat replied, "I've caught many a mouse in my day, but now that I am old and past my work, my master wants to drown me." And the dog said, "Many a night have I watched and guarded my master's house, and now that I am old and deaf, he wants to hang me." The fox answered, "That's the way of the world, but I'll help you get back into your master's favor, only you must help me in my own troubles." They promised to do their best, and the fox continued, "The wolf has declared war against me, and is at this moment marching to meet me in company with the bear and the wild boar, and tomorrow there will be a fierce battle between us." "All right," said the dog and the cat, "we will stand by you, and if we are killed it is at any rate better to die on the field of battle than to perish ignobly at home." And they shook paws and concluded the bargain. The fox sent word to the wolf to meet him at a certain place, and the three set forth to encounter him and his friends. The wolf, the bear, and the wild boar arrived on the spot first, and when they had waited some time for the fox, the dog, and the cat, the bear said, "I'll climb up into the oak tree and look if I can see them coming." The first time he looked round, he said, "I can see nothing," and the second time he looked round, he said, "I can still see nothing," but the third time he said, "I see a mighty army in the distance, and one of the warriors has the biggest lance you ever saw." This was the cat, who was marching along with her tail erect. And so they laughed and jeered, and it was so hot that the bear said, "The enemy won't be here at this rate for many hours to come, so I'll just curl myself up in the fork of the tree and have a little sleep." And the wolf lay down under the oak, and the wild boar buried himself in some straw, so that nothing was seen of him but one ear. And while they were lying there, the fox, the cat, and the dog arrived. When the cat saw the wild boar's ear, she pounced upon it, thinking it was a mouse in the straw. The wild boar got up in a dreadful fright, gave one loud grunt, and disappeared into the wood. But the cat was even more startled than the boar, and spitting with terror, she scrambled up into the fork of the tree, and as it happened right into the bear's face. Now it was the bear's turn to be alarmed, and with a mighty growl he jumped down from the oak and fell right on top of the wolf, and killed him as dead as a stone. On their way home from the war, the fox caught a score of mice, and when they reached Simon's cottage he put them all on the stove, and said to the cat, "Now go and fetch one mouse after the other, and lay them down before your master." "All right," said the cat, and did exactly as the fox told her. When Susan saw this, she said to her husband, "Just look, here is our old cat back again, and see what a lot of mice she has caught." "Wonders will never cease," cried Simon. "I certainly never thought the old cat would ever catch another mouse." But Susan answered, "There, you see, I always said our cat was a most excellent creature, but you men always think you know best." In the meantime the fox said to the dog, "Our friend Simon has just killed a pig. When it gets a little darker you must go into the courtyard and bark with all your might." "All right," said the dog, and as soon as it grew dusk he began to bark loudly. Susan, who heard him first, said to her husband, "Our dog must have come back, for I hear him barking lustily. Do go out and see what's the matter. Perhaps thieves may be stealing our sausages." But Simon answered, "The foolish brute is as deaf as a post and is always barking at nothing," and he refused to get up. The next morning Susan got up early to go to church at the neighbouring town, and she thought she would take some sausages to her aunt who lived there. But when she went to her larder she found all the sausages gone and a great hole in the floor. She called out to her husband, "I was perfectly right. Thieves have been here last night, and they have not left a single sausage. Oh, if you had only got up when I asked you to!" Then Simon scratched his head and said, "I can't understand it at all. I certainly never believed the dog was so quick at hearing." But Susan replied, "I always told you our old dog was the best dog in the world. But as usual you thought you knew so much better. Men are the same all the world over." And the fox scored a point too, for he had carried away the sausages himself. End of the War of the Wolf and the Fox. Recording by Ashley Jane.
Section 44 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Zaranka. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Story of the Fisherman and His Wife. There was once a fisherman and his wife who lived together in a little hut close to the sea. And the fisherman used to go down every day to fish, and he would fish and fish. So he used to sit with his rod and gaze into the shining water, and he would gaze and gaze. Now once the line was pulled deep under the water, and when he hauled it up, he hauled a large flounder with it. The flounder said to him, "Listen, fisherman, I pray you to let me go. I am not a real flounder. I'm Enchanted Prince. What good will it do you if you kill me? I shall not taste nice. Put me back into the water and let me swim away." "Well," said the man, "you need not make so much noise about it. I am sure I had much better let a flounder that can talk swim away." With these words he put him back again into the shining water, and the flounder sank to the bottom, leaving a long streak of blood behind. Then the fisherman got up and went home to his wife in the hut. "Husband," said the wife, "have you caught anything today?" "No," said the man. "I caught a flounder who said he was an enchanted prince, so I let him swim away again." "Did you wish nothing from him?" said his wife. "No," said the man. "What should I have wished from him?" "Ah!" said the woman, "it is dreadful to have to live all one's life in this hut that is so small and dirty. You ought to have wished for a cottage. Go now and call him. Say to him that we choose to have a cottage, and he will certainly give it to you." "Alas!" said the man, "why should I go down there again?" "Why," said his wife, "you caught him, and then let him go again, so he is sure to give you what you ask. Go down quickly." The man did not like going at all, but as his wife was not to be persuaded, he went down to the sea. When he came there the sea was quite green and yellow, and was no longer shining. So he stood on the shore and said, "Once a prince, but changed you be into a flounder in the sea. Come, for my wife Isabel wishes what I dare not tell." Then the flounder came swimming up and said, "Well, what does she want?" "Alas," said the man, "my wife says I ought to have kept you, and wished something from you. She does not want to live any longer in the hut. She would like a cottage." "Go home, then," said the flounder. "She has it." So the man went home, and there was his wife, no longer in the hut, but in its place was a beautiful cottage, and his wife was sitting in front of the door on a bench. She took him by the hand and said to him, "Come inside, and see if this is not much better." They went in, and inside the cottage was a tiny hall, and a beautiful sitting room, and a bedroom in which stood a bed, a kitchen, and a dining room, all furnished with the best of everything, and fitted up with every kind of tin and copper utensil. And outside was a little yard in which were chickens and ducks, and also a little garden with vegetables and fruit trees. "See," said the wife, "isn't this nice?" "Yes," answered her husband, "here we shall remain and live very happily." "We will think about that," said his wife. With these words they had their supper and went to bed. All went well for a week or a fortnight. Then the wife said, "Listen, husband, the cottage is much too small, and so is the yard and the garden. The flounder might just as well have sent us a larger house. I should like to live in a great stone castle. Go down to the flounder and tell him to send us a castle." "Ah, wife," said the fisherman, "the cottage is quite good enough. Why do we choose to live in a castle?" "Why," said the wife, "you go down. The flounder can quite well do that." "No, wife," said the man, "the flounder gave us the cottage. I do not like to go to him again. He might take it amiss." "Go," said his wife. "He can certainly give it us, and ought to do so willingly. Go at once." The fisherman's heart was very heavy, and he did not like going. He said to himself, "It is not right." Still he went down. When he came to the sea, the water was all violet and dark blue, and dull and thick, and no longer green and yellow, but it was still smooth. So he stood there and said, "Once a prince, but changed you be into a flounder in the sea. Come, for my wife Isabel wishes what I dare not tell." "What does she want now?" said the flounder. "Ah," said the fisherman, half ashamed, "she wants to live in a great stone castle." "Go home, she is standing before the door," said the flounder. The fisherman went home and thought he would find no house. When he came near, there stood a great stone palace, and his wife was standing on the steps about to enter. She took him by the hand and said, "Come inside." Then he went with her, and inside the castle was a large hall with a marble floor, and there were heaps of servants who threw open the great doors, and the walls were covered with beautiful tapestry, and in the apartments were gilded chairs and tables, and crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and all the rooms were beautifully carpeted. The best of food and drink also was set before them when they wished to dine. And outside the house was a large courtyard with horse and cow stables, and a coach house, all fine buildings, and a splendid garden with most beautiful flowers and fruit. And in a park quite a league long were deers and roe and hares, and everything one could wish for. "Now," said the wife, "isn't this beautiful?" "Yes, indeed," said the fisherman. "Now we will stay here and live in this beautiful castle, and be very happy." "We will consider the matter," said his wife, and they went to bed. The next morning the wife woke up first at daybreak, and looked out of bed at the beautiful country stretched before her. Her husband was still sleeping, so she dug her elbows into his side and said, "Husband, get up and look out of the window. Could we not become the king of all this land? Go down to the flounder and tell him we choose to be king." "Ah, wife," replied the husband, "why should we be king? I don't want to be king." "Well," said his wife, "if you don't want to be king, I will be king. Go down to the flounder. I will be king." "Alas, wife, why do you want to be king? I can't ask him that." "And why not?" said his wife. "Go down at once. I must be king." So the fisherman went, though much vexed that his wife wanted to be king. "It is not right. It is not right," he thought. He did not wish to go, yet he went. And when he came to the sea, the water was a dark gray color, and it was heaving against the shore. So he stood and said, "Once a prince, but changed you be into a flounder in the sea. Come, for my wife Isabel wishes what I dare not tell." "What does she want now?" asked the flounder. "Alas," said the fisherman, "she wants to be king." "Go home. She is that already," said the flounder. The fisherman went home, and when he came near the palace, he saw that it had become much larger, and that it had great towers and splendid ornamental carving on it. A sentinel was standing before the gate, and there were numbers of soldiers with kettle drums and trumpets. And when he went into the palace, he found everything was pure marble and gold, and the curtains of damask with tassels of gold. Then the doors of the hall flew open, and there stood the whole court round his wife, who was sitting on a high throne of gold and diamonds. She wore a great golden crown, and had a sceptre of gold and precious stones in her hand. And by her on either side stood 6 pages in a row, each one a head taller than the other. Then he went before her and said, "Ah, wife, are you king now?" "Yes," said his wife, "now I am king." He stood looking at her, and when he had looked for some time, he said, "Let that be enough, wife, now that you are king. Now we have nothing more to wish for." "Nay, husband," said his wife relentlessly, "my wishing powers are boundless. I cannot restrain them any longer. Go down to the flounder. King I am. Now I must be emperor." "Alas, wife," said the fisherman, "why do you want to be emperor?" "Husband," she said, "go to the flounder. I will be emperor." "Ah, wife," he said, "he cannot make you emperor. I don't like to ask him that. There is only one emperor in the kingdom. Indeed, and indeed he cannot make you emperor." "What?" said his wife. "I am king, and you are my husband. Will you go at once?" "Go! If he can make king, he can make emperor, and emperor I must and will be. Go!" So he had to go. But as he went, he felt quite frightened, and he thought to himself, "This can't be right. To be emperor is too ambitious. The flounder will be tired out at last." Thinking this, he came to the shore. The sea was quite black and thick, and it was breaking high on the beach. The foam was flying about, and the wind was blowing. Everything looked bleak. The fisherman was chilled with fear. He stood and said, "Once a prince, but changed you be into a flounder in the sea. Come, for my wife Isabel wishes what I dare not tell." "What does she want now?" asked the flounder. "Alas, flounder," he said, "my wife wants to be emperor." "Go home," said the flounder. "She is that already." So the fisherman went home, and when he came there he saw the whole castle was made of polished marble, ornamented with alabaster statues and gold. Before the gate soldiers were marching, blowing trumpets and beating drums. Inside the palace were walking barons, counts, and dukes, acting as servants. They opened the door, which was of beaten gold, and when he entered he saw his wife upon a throne, which was made out of a single block of gold, and which was quite 6 cubits high. She had on a great golden crown, which was 3 yards high and set with brilliants and sparkling gems. In one hand she held a scepter, and in the other the imperial globe, and on either side of her stood 2 rows of halberdiers, each smaller than the other, from a 7-foot giant to the tiniest dwarf no higher than my little finger. Many princes and dukes were standing before her. The fisherman went up to her quietly and said, "Wife, are you emperor now?" "Yes," she said, "I am emperor." He stood looking at her magnificence, and when he had watched her for some time, he said, "Ah, wife, let that be enough, now that you are emperor." "Husband," she said, "why are you standing there? I am emperor now, and I want to be pope too. Go down to the flounder." "Alas, wife," said the fisherman, "what more do you want? You cannot be pope. There is only one pope in Christendom, and he cannot make you that." "Husband, I will be pope. Go down quickly. I must be pope today." "No, wife," said the fisherman, "I can't ask him that. It is not right. It is too much. The flounder cannot make you pope." "Husband, what nonsense!" said his wife. "If he can make emperor, he can make pope too. Go down this instant. I am emperor and you are my husband. Will you be off at once?" So he was frightened and went out. But he felt quite faint and trembled and shook, and his knees and legs began to give way under him. The wind was blowing fiercely across the land, and the clouds flying across the sky looked as gloomy as if it were night. The leaves were being blown from the trees, the water was foaming and seething and dashing upon the shore, and in the distance he saw the ships in great distress, dancing and tossing on the waves. Still the sky was very blue in the middle, although at the sides it was an angry red as in a great storm. So he stood shuddering in anxiety and said, "Once a prince, but changed you be into a flounder in the sea. Come, for my wife Isabel wishes what I dare not tell." "Well, what does she want now?" asked the flounder. "Alas," said the fisherman, "she wants to be pope." "Go home, then. She is that already," said the flounder. Then he went home, and when he came there he saw, as it were, a large church surrounded by palaces. He pushed his way through the people. The interior was lit up with thousands and thousands of candles, and his wife was dressed in cloth of gold, and was sitting on a much higher throne, and she wore 3 great golden crowns. Round were her numbers of church dignitaries, and on either side were standing 2 rows of tapers, the largest of them as tall as a steeple, and the smallest as tiny as a Christmas tree candle. All the emperors and kings were on their knees before her and were kissing her foot. "Wife," said the fisherman, looking at her, "are you pope now?" "Yes," she said, "I am pope." So he stood staring at her, and it was as if he were looking at the bright sun. When he had watched her for some time, he said, "Ah, wife, let it be enough now that you are pope." But she sat as straight as a tree, and did not move or bend the least bit. He said again, "Wife, be content now that you are pope. You cannot become anything more." "We will think about that," said his wife. With these words they went to bed, but the woman was not content. Her greed would not allow her to sleep, and she kept thinking and thinking what she could still become. The fisherman slept well and soundly, for he had done a great deal that day, but his wife could not sleep at all, and turned from one side to another the whole night long, and thought, till she could think no longer what more she could become. Then the sun began to rise, and when she saw the red dawn she went to the end of the bed and looked at it. And as she was watching the sun rise out of the window, she thought, "Ha! Could I not make the sun and man rise?" "Husband," she said, poking him in the ribs with her elbows, "wake up. Go down to the flounder. I will be a god." The fisherman was still half asleep, yet he was so frightened that he fell out of bed. He thought he had not heard aright, and opened his eyes wide and said, "What did you say, wife?" "Husband," she said, "if I cannot make the sun and man rise when I appear, I cannot rest. I shall never have a quiet moment till I can make the sun and man rise." He looked at her in horror, and a shudder ran over him. "Go down at once. I will be a god." "Alas, wife," said the fisherman, falling on his knees before her, "the flounder cannot do that. Emperor and Pope he can make you. I implore you, be content, and remain Pope." Then she flew into a passion. Her hair hung wildly about her face. She pushed him with her foot and screamed, "I am not contented, and I shall never be contented. Will you go?" So he hurried on his clothes as fast as possible and ran away as if he were mad. But the storm was raging so fiercely that he could scarcely stand. Houses and trees were being blown down, the mountains were being shaken, and pieces of rocks were rolling in the sea. The sky was as black as ink, and it was thundering and lightning, and the sea was tossing in great waves as high as church towers and mountains, and each had a white crest of foam. So he shouted, not able to hear his own voice, "Once a prince, but changed you be into a flounder in the sea. Come, for my wife Isabel wishes what I dare not tell." "Well, what does she want now?" asked the flounder. "Alas," said he, "she wants to be a god." "Go home, then. She is sitting again in the hut." And there they are sitting to this day. Grim. End of The Story of the Fisherman and His Wife. Recording by Elizabeth Saranka.
Section 45 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susanna. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Three Musicians. Part 45. Once upon a time, 3 musicians left their home and set out on their travels. They had all learnt music from the same master, and they determined to stick together and to seek their fortune in foreign lands. They wandered merrily from place to place, and made quite a good living, and were much appreciated by everyone who heard them play. One evening they came to a village where they delighted all the company with their beautiful music. At last they ceased playing, and began to eat and drink, and listen to the talk that was going on around them. They heard all the gossip of the place, and many wonderful things were related and discussed. At last the conversation fell on a castle in the neighborhood, about which many strange and marvelous things were told. One person said that hidden treasure was to be found there. Another, that the richest food was always to be had there, although the castle was uninhabited. And a third, that an evil spirit dwelt within the walls, so terrible that anyone who forced his way into the castle came out of it more dead than alive. As soon as the 3 musicians were alone in their bedroom, they agreed to go and examine the mysterious castle, and, if possible, to find and carry away the hidden treasure. They determined, too, to make the attempt separately, one after the other, according to age, and they settled that a whole day was to be given to each adventurer in which to try his luck. The fiddler was the first to set out on his adventures, and did so in the best of spirits and full of courage. When he reached the castle, he found the outer gate open, quite as if he were an expected guest, but no sooner had he stepped across the entry than the heavy door closed behind him with a bang, and was bolted with a huge iron bar, exactly as if a sentinel were doing his office and keeping watch, but no human being was to be seen anywhere. An awful terror overcame the fiddler, but it was hopeless to think of turning back or of standing still, and the hopes of finding gold and other treasures gave him strength and courage to force his way further into the castle. Upstairs and downstairs he wandered, through lofty halls,
Splendid rooms and lovely little boudoirs, everything beautifully arranged, and all kept in the most perfect order. But the silence of death reigned everywhere, and no living thing, not even a fly, was to be seen. Notwithstanding, the youth felt his spirits return to him when he entered the lower regions of the castle, for in the kitchen the most tempting and delicious food was spread out, the cellars were full of the most costly wine, and the storeroom crammed with pots of every sort of jam you can imagine. A cheerful fire was burning in the kitchen, before which a roast was being basted by unseen hands, and all kinds of vegetables and other dainty dishes were being prepared in like manner. Before the fiddler had time to think, he was ushered into a little room by invisible hands, and there a table was spread for him with all the delicious food he had seen cooking in the kitchen. The youth first seized his fiddle and played a beautiful air on it, which echoed through the silent halls, and then he fell to and began to eat a hearty meal. Before long, however, the door opened, and a tiny man stepped into the room, not more than 3 feet high, clothed in a dressing gown, and with a small wrinkled face and a grey beard which reached down to the silver buckles of his shoes. And the little man sat down beside the fiddler and shared his meal. When they got to the game course, the fiddler handed the dwarf a knife and fork, and begged him to help himself first, and then to pass the dish on. The little creature nodded, but helped himself so clumsily that he dropped the piece of meat he had carved onto the floor. The good-natured fiddler bent down to pick it up, but in the twinkling of an eye, the little man had jumped onto his back, and beat him till he was black and blue all over his head and body. At last, when the fiddler was nearly dead, the little wretch left off, and shoved the poor fellow out of the iron gate which he had entered in such good spirits a few hours before. The fresh air revived him a little, and in a short time he was able to stagger with aching limbs back to the inn where his companions were staying. It was night when he reached the place, and the other 2 musicians were fast asleep. The next morning they were much astonished at finding the fiddler in bed beside them, and overwhelmed him with questions, but their friend hid his back and face, and answered them very shortly, saying, "Go there yourselves and see what's to be seen. It is a ticklish matter, that I can assure you." The second musician, who was a trumpeter, now made his way to the castle, and everything happened to him exactly as it had to the fiddler. He was just as hospitably entertained at first, and then just as cruelly beaten and belaboured, so that the next morning he too lay in his bed like a wounded hare, assuming his friends that the task of getting into the haunted castle was no enviable one. Notwithstanding the warning of his companions, the third musician, who played the flute, was still determined to try his luck, and full of courage and daring, he set out, resolved, if possible, to find and secure the hidden treasure. Fearlessly he wandered the whole castle, and as he roamed through the splendid empty apartments, he thought to himself how nice it would be to live there always, especially with a full larder and cellar at his disposal. A table was spread for him too, and when he wandered about for some time, singing and playing the flute, he sat down as his companions had done, prepared to enjoy the delicious food that was spread out in front of him. Then the little man with the beard entered as before, and seated himself beside the flute-player, who wasn't the least startled at his appearance, but chatted away to him as if he had known him all his life. But he didn't find his companion very communicative. At last they came to the game, and as usual the little man let his piece fall on the ground. The flute-player was good-naturedly just going to pick it up, when he perceived that the little dwarf was in the act of springing on his back. Then he turned round sharply, and seizing the little creature by his beard, he gave him such a shaking that he tore his beard out, and the dwarf sank groaning to the ground. But as soon as the youth had the beard in his hands, he felt so strong that he was fit for anything, and he perceived all sorts of things in the castle that he had not noticed before. But, on the other hand, all strength seemed to have gone from the little man. He whined and sobbed out, "Give, oh give me my beard again, and I will instruct you in the magic art that surrounds this castle, and will help you to carry off the hidden treasure which will make you rich and happy forever." But the cunning flute-player replied, "I will give you back your beard, but you must first help me as you have promised to do. Till you have done so, I don't let your beard out of my hands." Then the old man found himself obliged to fulfill his promise, though he had had no intention of doing so, and had only desired to get his beard back. He made the youth follow him through the dark secret passages, underground vaults, and grey rocks, till at last they came to an open field, which looked as if it belonged to a more beautiful world than ours. Then they came to a stream of rushing water, but the little man drew out a wand and touched the waves, whereupon the water parted and stood still, and the two crossed the river with dry feet. And how beautiful everything on the other side was! Lovely green paths leading through woods and fields covered with flowers, birds with gold and silver feathers singing on the trees, lovely butterflies and glittering beetles fluttered and crawled about, and dear little beasts hid in the bushes and hedges. The sky above them was not blue, but like rays of pure gold, and the stars looked twice their actual size, and far more brilliant than on our earth. The youth grew more and more astonished when the little grey man led him into a castle far bigger and more splendid than the one they had left. Here, too, the deepest silence reigned. They wandered all through the castle, and came at last to a room in the middle of which stood a bed, hung all around with heavy curtains. Over the bed hung a bird's cage, and the bird inside it was singing beautiful songs into the silent space. The little grey man lifted the curtains from the bed and beckoned the youth to approach. On the rich silk curtains embroidered with gold a lovely maiden lay sleeping. She was as beautiful as an angel, with golden hair which fell in curls over her marble shoulders, and a diamond crown sparkled on her forehead. But a sleep as of death held her in its spell, and no noise seemed able to waken the sleeper. Then the little man turned to the wondering youth and said, "See, here is the sleeping child. She is a mighty princess. This splendid castle and this enchanted land are hers, but for hundreds of years she has slept this magic sleep, and during all that time no human being has been able to find their way here. I alone have kept guard over her, and have gone daily to my own castle to get food, and to beat the greedy gold-seekers who forced their way into my dwelling. I have watched over the princess carefully all these years, and saw that no stranger came near her, but all my magic power lay in my beard, and now that you have taken it away I am helpless, and can no longer hold the beautiful princess in her enchanted sleep, but am forced to reveal my treasured secret to you. So set to work and do as I tell you. Take the bird which hangs over the princess's head, and which by its song sang her into this enchanted sleep, a song which it has had to continue ever since. Take it and kill it, and cut its little heart out, and burn it to a powder, and then put it into the princess's mouth. Then she will instantly awaken, and will bestow on you her heart and her hand, her kingdom and castle, and all her treasures." The little dwarf paused, quite worn out, and the youth did not wait long to do his bidding. He did all he was told carefully and promptly, and having cut the little bird's heart out, he proceeded to make it into a powder. No sooner had he placed it in the princess's mouth than she opened her lovely eyes, and looking up into the happy youth's face, she kissed him tenderly, thanked him for freeing her from the magic sleep, and promised to be his wife. At the same moment a sound as of thunder was heard all over the castle, and on all the staircases, and in every room sounds were to be heard. Then a troop of servants, male and female, flocked into the apartment where the happy couple sat, and after wishing the princess and her bridegroom joy, they dispersed all over the castle to their different occupations. But the little grey dwarf began now to demand his beard again from the youth, for in his wicked heart he was determined to make an end of all their happiness. He knew that if only his beard were once more on his chin, he would be able to do what he liked with them all. But the clever flute player was quite a match for the little man in cunning, and said, "All right, you needn't be afraid, you shall get your beard back before we part." but you must allow my bride and me to accompany you a bit on your homeward way." The dwarf could not refuse this request, and so they all went together through the beautiful green paths and flowery meadows, and came at last to the river which flowed for miles round the princess's land and formed the boundary of her kingdom. There was no bridge or ferry boat to be seen anywhere, and it was impossible to get over to the other side, for the boldest swimmer would not have dared to brave the fierce current and roaring waters. Then the youth said to the dwarf, "Give me your wand in order that I may part the waves." And the dwarf was forced to do as he was told, because the youth still kept his beard from him. But the wicked little creature chuckled with joy and thought to himself, "The foolish youth will hand me my beard as soon as we have crossed the river, and then my power will return, and I will seize my wand and prevent them both ever returning to the beautiful country." But the dwarf's wicked intentions were doomed to disappointment. The happy youth struck the water with his wand, and the waves at once parted and stood still, and the dwarf went on in front and crossed the stream. No sooner had he done so than the waters closed behind him, and the youth and his lovely bride stood safe on the other side. Then they threw his beard to the old man across the river, but they kept his wand, so that the wicked dwarf could never again enter their kingdom. So the happy couple returned to their castle, and lived there in peace and plenty for ever after. But the other two musicians waited in vain for the return of their companion, and when he never came, they said, "Ah, he's gone to play the flute," till the saying passed into a proverb, and was always said of anyone who set out to perform a task from which he never returned. Grimm. End of The Three Musicians, Part 45.
Section 46 of the Green Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jadapi. The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Three Dogs, Part 46. There was once upon a time a shepherd who had 2 children, a son and a daughter. When he was on his deathbed, he turned to them and said, "I have nothing to leave you but 3 sheep and a small house. Divide them between you as you like, but don't quarrel over them, whatever you do." When the shepherd was dead, the brother asked his sister which she would like best, the sheep or the little house, and when she had chosen the house, he said, "Then I'll take the sheep, and go out to seek my fortune in the wide world. I don't see why I shouldn't be as lucky as many another who has set out on the same search, and it isn't for nothing that I was born on a Sunday." And so he started on his travels, driving his 3 sheep in front of him, and for a long time it seemed as if fortune didn't mean to favor him at all. One day he was sitting disconsolately at a crossroad, when a man suddenly appeared before him with 3 black dogs, each one bigger than the other. "Hello, my fine fellow," said the man. "I see you have 3 fat sheep. I'll tell you what, if you'll give them to me, I'll give you my 3 dogs." In spite of his sadness, the youth smiled and replied, "What would I do with your dogs? My sheep at least feed themselves, but I should have to find food for the dogs." "My dogs are not like other dogs," said the stranger. "They will feed you instead of you them, and will make your fortune. The smallest one is called Salt, and will bring you food whenever you wish. The second is called Pepper, and will tear anyone to pieces who offers to hurt you. And the great big strong one is called Mustard, and is so powerful that it will break iron or steel with its teeth." The shepherd at last let himself be persuaded, and gave the stranger his sheep. In order to test the truth of his statement about the dogs, he said at once, "Salt, I'm hungry," and before the words were out of his mouth the dog had disappeared and returned in a few minutes with a large basket full of the most delicious food. Then the youth congratulated himself on the bargain he had made, and continued his journey in the best of spirits. One day he met a carriage and pair, all draped in black; even the horses were covered with black trappings, and the coachman was clothed in crape from top to toe. Inside the carriage sat a beautiful girl in a black dress, crying bitterly. The horses advanced slowly and mournfully, with their heads bent on the ground. "Coachman, what's the meaning of all this grief?" asked the shepherd. At first the coachman wouldn't say anything, but when the youth pressed him, he told him that a huge dragon dwelt in the neighborhood, and required yearly the sacrifice of a beautiful maiden. This year the lot had fallen on the king's daughter, and the whole country was filled with woe and lamentation in consequence. The shepherd felt very sorry for the lovely maiden, and determined to follow the carriage. In a little it halted at the foot of a high mountain. The girl got out, and walked slowly and sadly to meet her terrible fate. The coachman perceived that the shepherd wished to follow her, and warned him not to do so if he valued his life. But the shepherd wouldn't listen to his advice. When they had climbed about halfway up the hill, they saw a terrible looking monster, with the body of a snake, and with huge wings and claws, coming towards them, breathing forth flames of fire, and preparing to seize its victim. Then the shepherd called, "Pepper, come to the rescue!" and the second dog set upon the dragon, and after a fierce struggle bit it so sharply in the neck that the monster rolled over, and in a few moments breathed its last. Then the dog ate up the body, all except its two front teeth, which the shepherd picked up and put in his pocket. The princess was quite overcome with terror and joy, and fell fainting at the feet of her deliverer. When she recovered her consciousness, she begged the shepherd to return with her to her father, who would reward him richly. But the youth answered that he wanted to see something of the world, and that he would return again in 3 years, and nothing would make him change this resolve. The princess seated herself once more in her carriage, and bidding each other farewell, she and the shepherd separated, she to return home, and he to see the world. But while the princess was driving over a bridge, the carriage suddenly stood still, and the coachman turned round to her and said, "Your deliverer has gone, and doesn't thank you for your gratitude. It would be nice of you to make a poor fellow happy. Therefore you may tell your father that it was I who slew the dragon, and if you refuse to, I will throw you into the river, and no one will be any the wiser, for they will think the dragon has devoured you." The maiden was in a dreadful state when she heard these words, but there was nothing for her to do but to swear that she would give out the coachman as her deliverer, and not to divulge the secret to anyone. So they returned to the capital, and everyone was delighted when they saw the princess had returned unharmed. The black flags were taken down from all the palace towers, and gay colored ones put up in their place, and the king embraced his daughter and her supposed rescuer with tears of joy. And turning to the coachman, he said, "You have not only saved the life of my child, but you have also freed the country from a terrible scourge. Therefore it is only fitting that you should be richly rewarded. Take therefore my daughter for your wife. But as she is still so young, do not let the marriage be celebrated for another year." The coachman thanked the king for his graciousness, and was then led away to be richly dressed and instructed in all the arts and graces that befitted his new position. But the poor princess wept bitterly, though she did not dare to confide her grief to anyone. When the year was over, she begged so hard for another year's respite that it was granted to her. But this year passed also, and she threw herself at her father's feet, and begged so piteously for one more year that the king's heart was melted, and he yielded to her request, much to the princess's joy, for she knew that her real deliverer would appear at the end of the 3rd year. And so the year passed away like the other 2, and the wedding day was fixed, and all the people were prepared to feast and make merry. But on the wedding day it happened that a stranger came to the town with 3 black dogs. He asked what the meaning of all the feasting and fuss was, and they told him that the king's daughter was just going to be married to the man who had slain the terrible dragon. The stranger at once denounced the coachman as a liar, but no one would listen to him, and he was seized and thrown into a cell with iron doors. While he was lying on his straw pallet, pondering mournfully on his fate, he thought he heard the low whining of his dogs outside. Then an idea dawned on him, and he called out as loudly as he could, "Mustard, come to my help!" And in a second he saw the paws of his biggest dog at the window of his cell, and before he could count two, the creature had bitten through the iron bars and stood beside him. Then they both let themselves out of the prison by the window, and the poor youth was free once more, though he felt very sad when he thought that another was to enjoy the reward that rightfully belonged to him. He felt hungry, too, so he called his dog Salt and asked him to bring him some food. The faithful creature trotted off and soon returned with a table napkin full of the most delicious food, and the napkin itself was embroidered with a kingly crown. The king had just seated himself at the wedding feast with all his court, when the dog appeared and licked the princess's hand in an appealing manner. With a joyful start she recognized the beast, and bound her own table napkin around his neck. Then she plucked up her courage and told her father the whole story. The king at once sent a servant to follow the dog, and in a short time the stranger was led into the king's presence. The former coachman grew as white as a sheet when he saw the shepherd, and falling on his knees begged for mercy and pardon. The princess recognized her deliverer at once, and did not need the proof of the two dragons' teeth which he drew from his pocket. The coachman was thrown into a dark dungeon, and the shepherd took his place at the princess's side. And this time, you may be sure, she did not beg for the wedding to be put off. The young couple lived for some time in great peace and happiness, when suddenly one day the former shepherd bethought himself of his poor sister, and expressed a wish to see her again, and to let her share in his good fortune. So they sent a carriage to fetch her, and soon she arrived at the court, and found herself once more in her brother's arms. Then one of the dogs spoke and said, "Our task is done. You have no more need of us. We only waited to see that you did not forget your sister in your prosperity." And with these words the three dogs became three birds, and flew away into the heavens. Grimm. End of The Three Dogs, Part 46. Recording by Jadapi. www.publicdomainaudiobooks.blogspot.com. End of The Green Fairy Book by Andrew Lang.